don't know if I can do this chat without like him commenting about what soda he's drinking.
Funny you should mention that. I am drinking a Faygo right now. He got all into it, and then he was like, "Oh yeah, like sugar's bad for you, so I'm not gonna drink that stuff anymore." So that was kind of disappointing.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. My mic is really fucking touchy.
No, man, you're coming through loud and clear, man.
Now, like if I bump the little control module that I have, sometimes it stops working, so I got to mess with it.
Oh yeah. Mine, when my earphones disconnect, I get a. Sometimes my voice is transformed to like a possessed demon. Smeggy's heard it before.
Yeah. Or like Dano's chipmunk. Have you ever heard that? Or he's like.
Oh, I thought that's just a condition he has because he's so old.
I don't think so. I think it's something wrong with his mic. Because if he drops out and comes back in, he sounds fine. So.
Like Bob's mask. Yeah. They're changing the clock today.
Wow.
So in 1 hour, it's going to be midnight again. It's midnight now, and it's going to be midnight again. And that used to be great. I used to love this night. Because you get 1 hour more of sleep, or you can stay up an hour later and not suffer the consequences. Only now, I have a daughter. So it doesn't matter. She's going to just wake up at the same time she always wakes up, only it's going to be still dark outside. Fucking bullshit.
Yeah, stupid kids.
Yeah, I should have just fucking stayed in the army and gotten killed.
You're a horrible person. Why would you say such a thing?
Because I'm a horrible person.
Oh, man. So yeah, I just got back from the range. That was fun.
Yeah, I was going to ask how those tiny pistols treated you.
Good.
Did you feel like a basketball player? Like you have huge hands all of a sudden?
No, I always feel like that. But it definitely was a difference because basically, like, when I first got there, someone else was renting the Shield, and you can only like have one at a time anyway. So I got the LC9S, and then they have a thing like once you rent a gun, like you can trade it for any other one. They don't like charge you anymore. You just bring the one back, and they give you the second one. So anyway, so they're like, oh yeah, and they're up in like 15 minutes. So I'm like, okay, so let's shoot this one first. So I shot that one for a little bit, and then I was kind of waiting for them to go and turn the other one back in. So I shot my CZ for a little bit, and it was like, holy crap, man, this thing is like awesome. Like after, not that 9 kicks a lot anyways, even in a small gun, it's like nothing. But when you put it back into a full-size metal gun, it's like, did that even go off? Like I see a hole in the paper, I heard a bang, but I'm not sure my gun even went off. It was freaking sweet. And then I traded that out, I traded out, shot the Shield, which I shot pretty good. I like the Shield. I think I like it better than the Ruger. The striker fired Ruger's trigger is definitely better than the hammer fired one, but it's still not like amazing. But yeah, it was fun. And I didn't shoot for very long. I only was there for like a half hour, just because they were busy, and it's like, I don't want to take up all the range time. If there's people waiting for stuff. And then also when you rent a gun, you have to buy their ammo. They won't let you like use your own, which is annoying. And it's more expensive. So I'm like, I'm not gonna sit here and shoot the rental guns for an hour. I'd go broke. So, but anyways, like I said, it was fun. I enjoyed it. So, what's up with you guys? Any do anything fun? No, I guess not. Okay, no one did anything fun. Dead horse, dead horse. You're a horse
So-
who is dead.
So you
Dead
shot a
horse.
shield and an LC9S.
That's correct.
So which one did you like better?
I like the shield better.
The shield was the 9mm, right?
Yeah, they were both 9mm.
So you like the shield better.
Yep.
Why?
It's a good question. I don't know. I shot better with it. Not 100% sure why I shot better with it. I think the grip was just like a little bit nicer. I noticed it was like not thicker like width-wise, but like the length of the length of pull was a little bit more, I think. So I was able to get up on the trigger like a little bit easier.
What about
wrong.
sights and trigger? Which one had better sights and trigger?
I think the shield has better of both of those.
Wow. That says something about the trigger on the.
Well, that's
Yes.
why the shield's one of the most popular selling guns in all of America for like the last like 2 years, right? I read that somewhere. I think that it's like I think it's in the top 3, like the best.
Yeah, I'm sure it's like Glock, Shield, and XD or something. Like those are probably the big ones.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, no, because you couldn't before I was talking.
Oh,
Because what I said happens with my earphones. Happened. Like they disconnected and it disconnects the micro, it disconnects everything.
but yeah, I definitely I do like the sights better on it. They stick up a little bit more. They're just easier to see. Like on the LC9, it's like, what are those? Do you call those sights? Like they're little tiny nubs, when you're trying to line them up. It's a little hard.
Yeah.
Whereas also I noticed that I like this, the shield's like front blade is narrower than the gap on the rear sight. So like you see light between it, which you just kind of try and make that equal and then you're good to go. Whereas on the Ruger, it's like it blanks all the way off. Well, the problem with that is if you're turned a little bit, like you still can't tell that like the dot's a little bit closer to the right or to the left, because like you still don't see light even if you're off a little bit. So I don't know. I like that kind of thinner blade on the shield.
Thinner front sight posts are usually more accurate, right? You're able to be more fine.
Yeah,
You're
it helps. It helps with like your horizontal accuracy, I guess.
Yeah, and if you look, I posted a thing on my Instagram of the first 5 shots out of that shield, and I don't know. I thought it was okay. It's not like it was super crazy, but actually, was that 5 or did I do the full thing? Because those 2 holes there's 2 shots there, 2 there, so that's 4, 5, 6. So it was 8 shots. But yeah, it's like I have 2 of them touching, and then right next to it is 2 of them touching. Now they're both low right from the circle I was aiming at. Then I have 2 in the circle, and then I have 2 like high right. but
No.
I'm trying to think how big that circle's pretty small. It's just like the little circle you get on the like the shooting C's, how they have those little extras in the corner. I have a
Can
bunch
you-
of those
can you
in my
link?
range bag.
Can you link?
Oh, not really.
All right.
It's on my Instagram, dude. Just go to Instagram. I don't like going to Instagram on my computer, so
Really don't feel like it. Anyway,
there's nothing
I'm
to write
just
home
gonna
about. But
describe it to me.
well, that's what I'm trying. I'm trying to remember how big that circle was because I got two of them in the circle. It might be a quarter size, and then four more like to the low right, which one of them's kind of touching the edge of it, and the other one's off just a little bit. So that's probably, what is that, like a 1.5 or 2 inch group, and then I have two more that's like another.
What range were you shooting at?
Oh, that was at 7 yards.
Well, it's good enough.
Oh yeah, definitely. But I thought that was pretty good.
I kind of poke fun at like people who get that as their first guns. Shield, LC9, tiny Glocks, which I don't remember their numbers. But the tiny Glocks.
Why would you poke fun at them? They obviously they wanted their first gun as a carry protection type gun.
Yeah, but they're much harder to shoot. I mean, if they're gonna go and train a lot, then that's fine. But if not, it'd be.
Well, I'll tell you this, and that's some
I don't
people.
like go ha ha ha. You're retarded. I'm just.
No,
I'm
I
just
know, I know. Here's the thing with those little guns. Like, if people are getting them and they're actually going to carry them, then I get it. But a lot of people, even when they say they're getting their first gun for self-protection, it still stays at home. So if that's the case, why do you need a small gun at home? Like, you have a small nightstand? Like, you can't fit a bigger one on there or something? So I definitely recommend, like, a full-size something for home defense. And then if you get your carry, that's basically what I did, right? My first gun was a big, heavy metal gun because I knew that it was going to be home defense and at the range. And I was like, and I kind of might carry it. Well, I started carrying it more and more, and I can still do it, but it does get annoying after a while, just the weight of it. I don't really worry about the size, but the weight of it is getting a bit much, which is now why I'm going the opposite direction and saying, well, what if I get a nice little single stack 9 that I could probably pocket carry, because I have pretty good pockets in my blue jeans. Like, they're pretty big. So I could probably pop a shield in there, no problem.
Nah, dude, don't do that.
Why not?
Because how fast can you draw from there?
No, I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm thinking that's for times when I can't really, like, regular concealed carry. Like, if I gotta have my shirt tucked in and stuff,
Get it
like for work, and you're wearing, dress pants and a dress shirt or whatever. That's annoying.
I don't know.
Oh, Dano, you're chipmunking.
Dano's chipmunking. It's all happening, Smeggy. Everything's happening.
Yo. I'm just waiting for me to accidentally unplug my headset, because then when I plug it back in, the mic doesn't work.
Oh,
I'll
man.
have to jump out.
It was great yesterday when the Daily Show just like fucking died in the middle.
But
I don't know, man. I'm not a fan of the carrying guns in pockets thing.
well, and I could carry. I would get a holster for it too, and it would just be, if I don't feel like lugging around a big full size, then having a small light gun, I would carry that, and I would probably. I don't know, because I don't carry 24/7 all day. Like, I don't carry every day, honestly. I know everyone gives me shit about it, and that's just when I'm going to and from work. Well, as of right now, I can't carry at work, and it's like a 5-minute drive. So yes, am I risking that? Sure, but when I play in the odds, I'm driving through a good neighborhood to another good neighborhood for 5 minutes. I'll probably be okay. That's my justification. It's not great.
But the key is the word probably.
You're right.
Because I have in my own, not where I live in a small town where nothing ever happens, but in the town that I work, has what called good side and a bad side. There are areas just in the past month that have never had shootings are now having multiple shootings. And these are the good part of town where the rich people live.
Right. No, and that's, I get it. And I mean, a clown robbed
I
a
understand what
hotel
you're saying.
2 miles from my house a month ago.
But it's all part of that self-responsibility. I mean, whether you carry or not, you are ultimately responsible for your own safety, regardless of whether you have something on you or not.
Well, right. And I'm still going to be aware, and that's kind of where I think of it as, I'm really just driving from one place to the other. So, if something goes down, I'll just run someone over and hop the curb or something. I get it. I'm not perfect. I understand. But
it's more the errant bullet that wasn't shot at you, but was whether it was a through and through or didn't hit the target and then traveled 4 blocks over.
Yeah, but then with that, having a concealed carry isn't going to stop that either. So
well, no, but I'm saying that's again part of the probably, because not all attacks can we defend against.
Right,
and that's so the example.
Right, and so because you can't, then that I just chalk that up to, well, wish me luck. I mean, that's so just for the fact of should I carry or not, I look at it of it's not that big of a deal, especially because I would rather my gun be home safe than in my car every day, because the chances of my car getting broken into at my work is higher than someone getting my gun from my house. So, that's it. But if I could carry in work and I had something small, this is where I'm all going.
Oh no, I
would carry something small to work once they change their policy, which I've been told they're going to. Because we actually are pretty pro gun at my work. It's nice. But anyways, once they do that, then the likelihood of me carrying to and from work and then just, like say if I can leave it in my pocket while I'm working, sitting at the desk, and it doesn't bother me, I would do that. I'm probably never going to carry my CZ75 to work and leave it on my hip all day, sitting at my desk all day. Like that just doesn't seem feasible to me.
It creates in your situation, it would be a new category for a carry gun, or a new, and that is a work gun versus a non-work hours gun. There's the gun you carry when you're not working, and then there's the gun, if you can, that you carry when you are working. Yeah, and I would never advocate just because you can't defend yourself under all circumstances, will just give up and don't carry.
Well, I'm with you on that too. I agree. I see what you're saying.
No, I'm not really speaking to you on that point. I always think that there's somebody out there new that's listening, or I try to take that into account, even though there may not be.
But yeah, so it's like basically it was one of those things when I got the CZ, because it was my first handgun, I kind of went with what am I going to be using it most for, and pick the gun that's best at that thing, and then if it's also good at other stuff, like cool, that's a bonus. Right. And that's what I would say with that. It's a great shooting range gun. It's fun as hell to shoot. It's super accurate and it doesn't kick at all. You could shoot thousands of rounds through it, not hurt your hand. It's awesome. 2, it's a great home defense gun, especially with the rail on it. I can put a light on it. That's good. And then 3, concealed carry. It works. I can conceal it okay. The weight of it gets annoying after a while. It doesn't dig into me or anything, but it bugs me after a while. So now that I'm moving on to getting other guns, I can transition that back to being like just my home defense and range gun. And then now I'll have a carry gun that I would do more often because, like I said, the new category opening up as work carry. And then who knows, I might get something else that will be a great home defense gun, and this one will get turned into just a range toy. Like, I'd love to have 50 guns that they have their own little place. Yeah, they all do everything okay, but they have their one thing that they're awesome at.
Yeah, I think for people when they buy that first gun are trying to get the one gun to rule them all sort of thing, which of course we know doesn't exist.
Right.
But somebody brand new may not have internalized that philosophy yet, that there is no one gun to rule them all as far as the needs they may have.
Exactly. I think those three categories, unless I'm missing something, is pretty much what guns are used for. Home self-defense, carry self-defense, and shooting at the range. Maybe you could say competition, but I'm going to loop that into shooting at the range. Maybe it's probably a fourth category, because it'd be like a target thing versus a range toy.
Whether it's a range gun or a range competition, it still occurs always at the range.
What about combat? Do you put a combat in the same category as like self-defense?
Well, we are citizens.
No, you're right. I see what you're saying. Okay, maybe now the categories are growing. Maybe there's a fifth category of like duty pistol, right? Because those are normally full size that people carry outside the house.
If you're part of either an army or a law enforcement agency, it's going to be dictated to you as far as what you're allowed to carry, or what options you may have.
Yeah, and the things that are good at home defense would also be good at duty carry. So maybe those would be the same type of. Anyways, my point being is you got to prioritize out of those 3 or 4 categories, depending on what you're talking about. Which couple are your primary, and because all guns do everything okay. You know, I mean, it's a 22 for home defense is better than nothing. It's not great, but it's okay. There's other ones that are better than it, but you know what I mean? So it's like, no matter what you get, they'll do all 4 of those categories okay. It's just a matter of what you want to do better. So that's
there are some guns that do all those categories pretty good. They might not be the best in every category, but like to me, a Glock does all those things very well.
Right. And that's exactly. So that's good. So now, you know, let's say if your number them out of 10, you know, the Glock does all those things at an 8 or something, and you might have some like super race gun that at the range is a 10, but concealed carry is a 3, because you know it's got the charging thing on it and the thumb rest and the red dot and like all that crazy stuff, right? Those are not good concealed carry. So you got to kind of add all that up and then decide what's important to you. And you're right, there are some guns that do everything better than another gun that does everything okay.
And that's why whenever I hear somebody say, well, what kind of handgun should I get? You know, to me, it always goes back to, and what do you want this for specifically?
Mm-hmm.
That until you answer that with some sort of details, you really can't answer, you know, even begin to go into the first part of the question.
I agree. That's my strategy as well, because I've actually been what the fuck's it called? Approached. I don't know why I was trying to say it started with a P. Anyways, I've been approached by 3 different people now at my work, because I'm the gun guy, because they hear me arguing with that anti-gun dude.
Right.
And 3 different people have been like, I'm thinking of getting a gun. What do you recommend? And that's always my first question is, what do you think you want it for? And sometimes I'll even explain what I did before, those 3 categories. Do you just want something that's fun? Because we can do that. Friggin' little 22 is awesome fun at the range. If that's all, if you're going to use that and that's all you're going to do, then great, go get something like that. You know, do you want it for home defense? Okay, great. Let's get you a full size something or other that's decent, and will also be fun at the range because it won't kick too much and hurt your hand and all that stuff. Or do you want to conceal carry? Okay, well now let's look at what can you do, what's comfortable. And like I said, there's no problem with conceal carrying a full size gun. It's just it's not a 10 out of 10. It's a 8 or 9 out of 10. You know,
and it's extremely body type dependent.
Mm-hmm. And holster dependent, because if they buy an Uncle Mike's holster, they might think this gun's the worst ever, and then they put it in a Blade Tech, and they're like, "I forgot I'm wearing it." You know, it's like,
I should say, when I said body type, I also meant and the type of dress you normally do.
Right. So so I like to give them those 3 options, and then figure out, okay, what's priority 1, 2, or 3, and then do generalizations, and then after that, I'll say, okay, in that category, now that we've decided you want a home defense gun and you're going to go to the range, obviously, to practice and also have fun with your kid. That's the one dude, his kid's really into guns now. He's like 13 or something, but the dad doesn't really know anything about him. They've gone shooting a couple times. I think his brother-in-law has guns or something, and they went a couple times. But anyways, we were talking about it. But his kid's way into it. And he's like, I want to encourage him, but like, I don't know what to do. So it's like, okay, well, let's get you something that, because he's like, but also, home defense, I'd probably keep it by by me, and he's probably going to put it in like a quick safe or something, but then also wants to have fun with his kid. So those are his two priorities.
And one thing I would throw in there too is that their budget has a lot to do with it. Not only their budget, what kind of pistol they can afford, but also what kind of pistol can they afford to shoot. Right. I mean, like if a guy goes and spends his tax income, like his tax income return check, spends the $800 or whatever and goes out and buys a 1911, 45 auto, real nice $800 gun, but his regular paycheck, like he cannot afford to shoot a 45 maybe only once or twice a year. I'd rather see that guy go get a 22 and shoot every month. And, especially for someone's first gun, if they don't already own a gun, I'd rather see someone get a gun that they can afford to shoot instead of just sit in a drawer.
And especially if they're like this one, I would say his top priority is fun at the range with a secondary for home defense. So, and his son can handle 9mm and everything. So I wouldn't necessarily say 22 just because if that's the only thing he has, it's not going to be great for the home defense part of it. But yeah, it's like if your priority is shooting at the range, but just what you said, you get the coolest gun ever that's awesome, and you take it out once a year because it's, maybe you're into revolvers, you get that 454 Casull or whatever, and you're like, this is awesome, I love shooting it, but you do it once a year, like that's, you can't afford to feed it.
Yeah, and when that's your only gun too, is a gun that you really can't afford to shoot on a regular basis. That's the point I'm trying to make, is if you can't afford to go out, I would say at least once a month and put some rounds down range. If you can't afford that cost, then you have the wrong caliber.
But switching calibers, unless it's from like a 454 Casull down to a 22, there's other costs that are part of that equation, like the cost of going to the range itself, cost of paying for the range. If you have to get time off from work, there's also other things, and changing caliber may not be enough of a reduction of cost to get them into your formula of once a month.
And that's possible. There could be people who can't afford to go to the range once a month if the ammo was free. If that's the case, then they got to work with what they got. But there will still be a point. Let's say, is the ammo free or is the ammo 10 cents or whatever? And if it's free, they get to go, once every other month, just because of what you said, gas and time off work and whatever. But then if they have to pay 10 cents a round, now they can only go once every 3 months or 4 months. So if they have to pay 50 cents a round, now they're going once a year. So it can still, it still affects it. And, I would say just hopefully they can get out as much as they can, as often as they can.
Yeah, I would put as often as you can rather than the once a month. If you could do once a month or better, that's great. But once every 2 months is better than never. Once every 3 months is better than never.
Right. Oh, yeah. And that's, but I think that horse was just using the once a month as an example of if that difference in ammo price is what changes it from once a month to once every 3 months or once every 6 months or whatever, then that's the thing maybe you should change in order to go more often.
Yeah, but there are drills you can do with a single box of 50 that can maintain your skills.
Yeah, definitely.
And then you just are looking at the price difference between a single box of let's say 9mm at about $10 plus tax versus a box of 45. I forget what the current cost is. What is it? 15, 18, something like that. Plus tax. Is that $8 getting in the way of you going to the range? Well, then either. To say, I just don't think it's just caliber is that fixing the finance situation. If $8 is going to stop it.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. It's just I think it is something to consider.
Because you don't.
Well, a lot of people, Daniel, live on a very strict budget. There's guys who are working multiple jobs right now making minimum wage, that have families and stuff that are just like barely getting by, and like at the end of the month, they might be trying in the process of trying to fix their current financial situation, but still at the end of the month, man, when they look at their budget, they might only have like $50 extra in there, so how much of that extra do they want to go spend on ammo?
Oh, I understand, and that's why I'm agreeing with. Maybe I didn't word it properly, but yeah, because I know people who are working more than one minimum wage job just to try to make means ends, and the only way that they get a day off is by calling in sick because their other job is on their days off.
I guess the point I'm trying to make is like the whole like caliber debate and everything. I think what's more important than the caliber debate is what caliber can you afford to shoot more often. Like if you can afford to shoot 45 or 357 or whatever, and that's like your main caliber and you can shoot that all the time, then go for it. But I think that having more time on a certain gun, having more trigger time behind that gun is more important than what caliber that gun is.
Only if you're comparing it versus nothing.
Right. Yeah, because once you have multiple ones, that's where I'm saying the specialization comes in. And there's no problem having a gun that you do only take out once a year because it's super expensive to shoot, but it's your 50th gun, so who cares? Like, you have fun when you take it out. It's like a special treat. And then all the other time you shoot something else.
Oh, yeah, that's
Well,
totally
I like to
different.
think if it's your 50th gun, then you can probably afford the ammo to feed them all.
Not if you spent all your money on those 50 guns.
In that case, we need to have a serious conversation about your priorities.
It's like the person who, buys the sports car but can't afford to put the premium gas in it. Those people do exist.
Exactly.
They spend every last penny on the car itself.
Exactly. Again, people who need to reevaluate their priorities.
Right, but this conversation started from a point of view of somebody who's out there that they're working a minimum wage job, and they may be working, 2 minimum wage jobs or 3, and that's what it takes to literally tread water. They're not gaining on life; they're treading water in life.
Right. Well, and if you're in that situation, look at how much time you're able to go spend at the range is probably one of the lesser of your concerns, and certainly if you're working 2 and 3 jobs, just finding the time to go to the range is going to be a hard press. Because look, let's be honest, going to the range can't be your top priority in life. There are bills to pay, mouths to feed.
Yeah, the people that I know that work 2 jobs, typically their second job is on either the day they don't work their main job or on their what we would call free time during the week when most people are watching TV or doing something else.
Right, and that makes it really hard for a lot of people to find the time to get out to the range. I'll be honest. I mean, look, I'm not sure I could use some more money, but I'm not hurting. My main problem with getting to the range, as much as I wish I could, has just been balance of life versus time, and yeah, a set of priorities. But my priority has been fighting for the rights to bear arms instead of going out and actually enjoying my right to bear arms the past couple of years. I'm happy if I get out there quarterly, which is just abysmal. I'm not getting enough shooting time.
Yeah, and that's I haven't been shooting that much just because of work. I've been out of town quite a bit. I went up north about a month ago, and then I just went today. So that was good. And that's the whole reason I rent was actually to rent some guns. That's kind of how this conversation started. I have a CZ75 SP01, and that's my only handgun. So now I'm looking at some type of single stack that would transition into being more of like my carry gun, like for work, because my work is thinking of changing their policy to allow guns. As of right now, they don't. And I don't think I'd be sitting at a desk all day with that CZ on my hip. It wouldn't be super comfortable. So if I got something smaller, then I'm going to carry at work. And then I got that gun because it does all 3 things pretty good. Like it's a great home defense gun. It's an awesome gun on the range, and I can conceal carry it. So it does that okay, but the other two it's better at. So why not have that just transition into my home defense and my range gun, and then have this other thing be my main work conceal carry gun?
Yeah. Well,
That's kind of how this whole thing started.
And you know, I am now one of those guys with the the 50 guns and yes, the ammo to feed them all, but and I tend to, you know, I decide what I'm doing for the day, and I grab for whatever gun's going to work. However, I find that there are certain guns that I grab for much more often, and more often than anything, it's my my little LCP, my XDS. You know, more than anything, I'm grabbing for my single stacks.
Yeah, and that's today. I shot the LC9S and the M&P Shield. That's what they had available to rent, and I like the Shield a little bit better.
Out of the two, yeah, absolutely. You know,
Although
Shield
I
all
will
day long,
give-
but
I'll
there's
give the LC9S credit, because my ex had the LC9, the hammer version, and that trigger, I like to describe it. It has about a 2 mile, length of pull, and about 1,500 pounds trigger. And the LCS is a lot better trigger. So I'll give them credit. When they went to striker fired, they really improved over the hammer version.
Yeah, and this is why you see everybody that gets one of the MNPs, they're dropping they're dropping new triggers in them as soon as they get them.
I didn't mind the M&P trigger. I thought it was all right.
Yeah, it's serviceable.
I see. I think the problem is I don't think I'm good enough to really know a good trigger.
Yeah, I'm a trigger snob.
See, I did change out my AR trigger. I went with the ALG Defense, and I noticed the difference with that. But because I actually got it because I was talking about why would you ever spend $300 on an AR trigger? That's dumb. Triggers are useless. They all work the same.
I was
wrong.
and I have 8 Geisleys.
Yeah, exactly. See, and someone convinced me that the $60 for the ALG is 10 times better than the regular one, and I fully agree with that. And so it was worth its money. It's worth its weight in gold for sure. But anyways, I still think as far as with handgun triggers and stuff, it's probably subconscious or something. Maybe I shoot better with one over the other or whatever, and I just don't know that that's why. But I'm just not good enough to know triggers that well.
Well, and here's the thing. It really depends on what you want to do with the gun. Give me the trappiest trigger that will pull and is safe, and I'll carry it as a defensive gun all day long. No problem there. Because when the adrenaline dumps and so something has gone sideways where you're talking about defensive use, I don't care if you're pulling a concrete block with your little finger, you will set that gun off and put it generally, and it's not going to affect your accuracy that much in the ranges and situations we're dealing with in an actual defensive scenario. Triggers just make your practice more enjoyable. If you're a competitive shooter, huge differences, things like that. But if the focus is self-defense, give me a lock, stock, and barrel standard any of the major manufacturer pistols, and you are well armed and more capable than most people if you've had just a little bit of training that will teach you to put that muzzle on target and blast.
Right. And that again gets back to where I define 3 main categories that a gun needs to fulfill. There's possibly 5 if you split them up a little bit. But I think at least if you out of those 3, if you prioritize them however you are, there are different guns that fit those caliber or those categories differently. Home defense, range gun and concealed carry. And there are some that do all of them good, some that do all of them great, some that do all of them okay, and others that are awesome at one thing and bad at something else. My example was a race gun, an open, USPSA gun or whatever. It's going to be a great range gun, right? But it's going to really suck for concealed carry. So that's where you put your priority.
Right. It would also suck as a self-defense gun in general. Would it do it? Sure.
That was my thing. Is all guns ever made will do those three categories. Just some of them might be a 1 out of 10, and some of them might be a 9 out of 10 or a 10 out of 10. Like that was that's my assertion, because there are some guns that are awesome concealed carry guns, but they suck as range guns because they blast the hell out of your hand. Little snubby revolvers with super hot loads and stuff.
Right.
Great for concealed carry, but sucks for range fun.
Yeah. Even my little 938, loved the gun. I'm not going to go through an 800 round class with it, because that little snappy bastard will kill me at the end of the day. Of course, I'm the guy that went through a 2-day range class shooting nearly 2,000 rounds through a 45. Everybody looked at me like I was nuts because I brought a 45 to a very high round count class. And I'll tell you, okay, yeah, my hand was a lot more sore than the guy shooting 9 mils, but that was the gun that I carry. And it wasn't that bad. Would I do that with a little subcompact 10 millimeter? No way. Would I carry a subcompact 10 millimeter as a defensive gun? Sure, because I'm not expecting to put 2,000 rounds through it in 2 days, 1,500 rounds through it in 2 days. So there's a huge difference between what you carry and what you use as a range gun, or even what you may use for home defense. My standard bearer for home defense, the thing that sits right next to my desk in a quick release, is an FNX 45 Tactical with a red dot. Great for rapid engagement home defense. I don't carry that gun a lot, though, because it's a behemoth.
As of right now, if anyone ran into my living room, this is what I'd have to use for my home defense. I still haven't put my AK away.
Well, during the hurricanes here, it's funny. Right before the power, or actually not, the power was already out. Right before the internet died, somebody put up some meme on Facebook and it said, "Okay, real quick, whatever's to your right's what you have to do if somebody kicks in your door. What's next to you?" And I looked over and I said, "Well, an FNX 45 and a 300 blackout SBR with a suppressor. I'm good."
Yep.
Because it was during a hurricane, and it's pretty well known that I have a lot of guns. I was prepared for someone to kick down my door. Unfortunately, the gun shop just a couple miles from me wasn't ready for that, and somebody ripped the door off the back and got in there and stole like 300 guns or something ridiculous.
Well, I got a bayonet for the AK sitting right here too, and that's been sitting on my couch for a couple weeks now.
If you find yourself using a bayonet in civilian life, something has gone really horribly wrong. I mean, even in the military, if you find yourself using the bayonet, something has gone really horribly wrong.
Well, that's I shot with the bayonet on for the first time this last weekend when I was up north. It was me and my buddy, and my dad was up there, and so I'm like, well, I want to shoot this with the bayonet on because I've never done that. I got the bayonet, I put it on, it looks cool, okay, great, but I never shot with it on. So load up a mag, I'm good to go. I start shooting. I had this kind of like big, not chipmunk, what the hell, some little rodent thing, groundhog or something, prairie dog, whatever, something like that. It was like a silhouette of that, but it was like enlarged. So I don't know why, but so I was blasting away at that like it was some type of like mutant, prairie dog trying to kill me. And I'm blasting away at it, and gun goes click, and I instantly start running towards the target, yelling. And my buddy knew what was up, but my dad, he kind of looked over like, "What the hell is he doing?" My buddy said he had this weird look on his face, and then I stabbed the target with the bayonet, and he went, "Oh, okay, I get it now." So I just wanted to practice my, war cry and my bayonet charge when all else has failed and the mutant prairie dogs are coming to kill us all. But it was fun and it worked well. I can say for sure that my bayonet cuts paper.
Sorry, I walked away from the microphone. I'm wearing my headset, and I'm standing in the kitchen. My wife made some stuffed mushrooms. I'm going to pick them up, and she's looking at me, kind of standing here giggling with this headset on my head.
Yeah, I get that sometimes too. Where like I recently I've been going for a lot of walks in the afternoon up to the store, and I'll be on my phone on gun channels. And I get some weird looks from people, like as I'm crossing the street, like laughing or sometimes even talking, right? Because they're like, "What the heck are they talking about?"
Yeah, well, that's when you need the "not crazy on phone" sign to hang around your neck.
Oh man! All right, well, I'm gonna hop out for a little bit. I'm gonna leave this running. I'm just gonna be away from my computer. So.
All right, sounds good. Talk to you later.
All right. Yep. Y'all have a good one.
Everybody leave?
Sitting up there with them is just the idea of trying to be, but I think it's exciting times. I don't like stressed out. They just want it to be over, and I understand that because it is stressful. It's psychologically stressful if you're engaged. If you're paying attention, dogging this guy, if you're passionate about one side or the other, and actually check the Twitter feed, maybe have videos and check those now. But God, it is stressful. And this has been such a mudslinging filled on both.
How you doing? Hey, we're about to get started, but I have to have everybody in this area need to do, we need to shift. There are thousands of people outside that want to get in. Hey, you guys over here.
You see that?
Far back, the stage right over here where he walked down is right there.
Yeah, it's throwing up. I threw the full screen video up. If we could combine my screen and your audio.
We can. Thank you for the people that are doing it. Good job. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Well, I can't control
Good
that.
job.
Only Smeggy can.
Perfect.
What is with this music? Holy crap.
You know, it's lukewarm at best. It just is. They were all there for Bernie, 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 and they used the word tolerate. Hillary. Oh my God. Yes, we love Stephen. He's intrepid. We should say our intrepid political reporter. He deserves some kind of moniker. Our intrepid political reporter, Steve Crack, especially with this election year. There he is.
Every single one since 1948. That's a lot of Republican wins. This is obviously a competitive year. He wouldn't be back here just over a week before Election Day, but he's going to be here. And Hillary's going to be here on Wednesday. So obviously the Democrats think our state is winnable for them, and they're also concerned about it. And it's been a messy election on both sides, with scandals and bumps on the road for both sides of this election. For Hillary Clinton as recently as yesterday, and for Donald Trump, lots of bumps over the last month and a half. But here they are, apparently nothing in our state. Nobody knows who's going to come out of the woodwork and vote on Election Day. Who's voted already? We'll find out. They're just warming up right now, and we're going to have sort of a number of people coming and speaking, warming up this crowd. Here's one of the first ones. If you want to take him live, we've got a camera that can do just that. Let me know. We can switch back and forth. We'll hear from.
Sorry, we're gonna go ahead and look at the rally.
You bet.
Are you ready to make America great again?
Turn off that stupid music. What's going on with that? Oh, they turned it up.
Wow, what a turnout. Are you ready to make America great again?
Who's this guy?
Are you ready for President Trump? I am State Representative Phil Lobus of Peoria. I am also the chairman of the Trump campaign in Arizona.
Oh.
And it is my pleasure to welcome you here today to this exciting event. It was just 16 months ago that Donald Trump descended down an escalator at Trump Tower and started not just a campaign, but a movement. A movement that has brought millions of Americans into the political process. A movement that has set a record for the number of voters in a Republican primary. And a movement that will root out government corruption, drain the swamp, and change the course of American history. last July, we saw the beginnings of this movement right here in Phoenix when Donald Trump held his first massive rally of this campaign. Since then, we've seen millions of Americans attend rallies and events throughout the country and become inspired with his message of putting America first. As we gather here today, there are less than 250 hours left in this campaign. It's hard to believe, less than 250 hours. The polls and momentum are clearly on our side.
Should I keep playing this, or are you getting sick of this?
But time is very short.
Anybody there?
If you can help this historic campaign to elect Donald Trump, we need you. There are many ways to help. Trump volunteered.
Somebody turn off the music. Anybody old enough to remember what music is? Everybody left. All right. Adios.
Everybody's been quiet?
Yeah, I too was sitting here wondering that.
No, finally decided I'm going to get my rifle bedded. Went and shot it today and just decided, hey, might as well.
And this is your Tika?
Yeah, this is the Tika. The Ruger Precision, you can't bed it because it's in like a AR kind of frame. It's not in a stock, normal rifle stock.
Okay.
So I just called Gunsmith and they said that they can do it for me. So trying to save some money and kind of prep it for him, kind of tape it out and scuff up what I need to scuff up. So when I give it to him, it just beds it and it's done. So today I shot 0.32 MOA at 100 yards.
Nice.
So that was good. But I think I could do better. I just feel that the gun could be better. And again, I'm no professional.
You're doing better than I would.
See, the difference is that maybe there are some people that just buy guns and like guns and collect them, like people like antique cars but are not racers. Some people that race cars but only have one car. I'm the racer type. I'm the one that owns few guns but use them often enough to become good at it, somewhat good. Not great, but good at it,
Yeah,
So-
like I want to be great at it. So like I'm not buying any new guns this year other than like maybe one or two. And all my money this year is getting spent on training.
Right. Tell you, the next one, I said it before, the next one you should buy is a Daisy 747.
A Daisy 747?
Yeah, Google it. Daisy 747. Daisy sells it for $249. Tell them that you're a part of a club, and they'll give you immediate. You don't have to show proof. For $149, buy some pellets and shoot in your house, or shoot in your garage, or shoot in your apartment, or shoot anywhere. Makes zero noise. That is the best practicing from a, as I said, not from a trigger, but from a process standpoint. You go through the process over and over and over, and you see some result on a target. It may sound, think about it, the way you go to watch the Olympics for rifle, pistol shooting, it's air guns they use. They don't have an IDAPA for Olympics that I can remember. They have skeet, air pistol, air rifle. Let's see.
They also have a bunch of 22 shit at the Olympics. Like
Yeah.
Their handgun thing is 22.
No, their 22s are 0.175. That's what air guns are. 0.177. I'm sorry. And I can tell you, if I shoot you with one of them, I'll take some skin. The pellet will go into you, not kill you, but I can make sure the pellet will go into you. It's metal. It's not metal. It's lead.
Yeah, I'm not really about pellet guns. I used to play with airsoft guns when I was younger and put in kit guns, but
See, that's the difference. You think about air guns as a childish thing where you run around and used to do it as a kid, and now you're now into the real thing, guns. You'll be surprised. There are air guns. There are some air guns out there that are $2,000, $3,000. They are precision air guns. They are, precision rifles.
Oh no, I 100% believe that because I understand that people do use like 40 cal air guns for like hunting and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm just not one of those people.
I just find it as a good training exercise for me.
Yeah, but it also brings up the good point of like, wouldn't it be better to just be dry firing your gun because then you're working your trigger and like your
Yes.
action and all that versus
Correct.
like understanding a different like I guess for fundamentals wise for
But you have
practicing
to remember,
fundamentals an air gun might be better but like dry firing you get more time on your trigger and you get more used to it.
Yeah. Dry firing, anybody can press a trigger and you're really getting nothing out of it. Dry firing it's an art that has to be taught. You can't watch it on YouTube, it's been taught. You have to see, you have to watch what you're doing, you have to feel it, you have to get, and it's very difficult. I mean, I dry fire all the time and I think I don't get it. Many times I do it and I'm like, have I gotten it? Or really did I just press the trigger because I'm watching TV and I'm like, click? Or am I really focusing and trying to pull that trigger and let it surprise me? You know, am I not making sure it's moved? Does somebody watch it to say, hey, it did or it didn't do it? Do I know if I pull it to the left or to the right? How do you know? You can't tell. You can't tell if you pull it to the right or the left. You just know that you press the trigger. Well, with air pistols, you can say, hey, I know I pulled it to the right because, you know, and the trigger is not the same. I agreed. The weight is not the same. You expect a recoil, but at least you have a response of what you did, at least. And my trigger on this one, my air gun, the trigger on it is, I think, a pound and a half. And my trigger on my two guns are a pound and a half, 2 pounds. So it's close. Not the same, you know, but it's close. The weight on this air pistol is at least, oh Lord, I'll tell you, it says 3 pounds. My gun is almost 3 pounds too, so it's close. It's not exact, but the fundamentals is there. Addressing how you stand up, how you address it. You look at the target and you ping, press one. And dry firing, don't take away. Dry firing does help a lot. I think that was one of my that has helped me become a better shooter by far. But I think in my early years, I did it so wrong. I was just not doing it properly. I was just pressing the trigger. You must go to the link that I showed yesterday and look at all the training material there. You get a lot of information there, Flippy.
Okay.
It has some good videos to watch about precise shooting. It tells you how to stand. It tells you how to dry fire. It tells you everything. It has every, you know, quick read. Not boring reading. Yes.
Yeah, I'll faff around with that. I'm now sitting over here looking at pieces of gear for and chest carriers.
What is an end chest carrier?
Oh, what?
What you said? You're looking gear for
Oh, I'm now on the eBays looking at like gear and chest carriers.
chest.
Yeah, like to hold like chest plates and like magazine pouches.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking gun cases, like chests.
Oh, I'm waiting to get my rifle back for that. When I get my AR back, I'm gonna take it in and get it Pelican case sized for it, and then get the foam cut out for it so it can fit nice and neat looking. Like for the most part around here, people are way too expensive when it comes to pin and welding.
Pin and welding.
Mm-hmm.
What is that? Pin and welding. For?
Well, for here, your barrel has for a rifle, your barrel has to be 16 inches. Unless you plan on it being either a pistol or if you want a short-barreled rifle, you have to file the tax thing and do that whole song and dance. So to get around the 16-inch, like I have a 14.5-inch barrel, and I don't want to do a tax stamp. So what I need to do is take a muzzle device and get it pin and welded to the end of the barrel, and it makes it part of the barrel, bringing its overall length like long enough to where I wouldn't have to file any taxes or any. I wouldn't have to file on it.
So the muzzle brake is like 2 inches then to make it 16.5.
Yeah, like the muzzle brake's long enough to where it'll for sure make it over 16 inches.
But you have to pin it to it, or can you just screw it on?
Well, once you screw it on, it needs to then like a hole needs to be drilled through the muzzle brake and into the barrel, and then a pin gets dropped in and then welded in.
Oh.
So there's no possible way of the muzzle device coming off.
Tell them it's Loctite.
That's not good enough. If they can, like, they're uber crazy about it. They put this giant, like, if you get, granted, this is all if you get caught. The ATF will put this giant, like, fuck you breaker bar on it and just twist it as hard as they can. And if it breaks loose, then even if it, like, breaks loose and tears up your barrel, as long as if that piece doesn't come off, you're good. If it does come off, then, well, you illegally create a firearm that was illegal.
Damn. We don't have that issue.
Yeah, it's a really dumb thing. But, like,
is it
to circumvent that whole issue,
is it a state thing or a federal thing?
Oh, it's a federal thing. So just to like circumvent that whole issue, I'm just going to get my barrel pin and welded. But the problem being everyone around here is really fucking expensive for like no reason.
Because they know you have to do it. So they're like, okay, let's milk you. It's not an accessory. It's a must-have.
Well, no, it's an accessory because you can just get a normal 16-inch barrel and you don't have to worry about it.
True.
So like the issue being, I now can either pay like
Why did you get a 14? Why did you get a 14-inch barrel then, knowing that you had to put on this pin on it?
Oh, because it weighs less and it's less barrel, so you can move it around easier. Like you get all the benefits of a shorter barrel.
It's a muzzle brake, just our extender. It's the actual muzzle brake.
The muzzle brake is basically just an extender, but because like I own a silencer, so the muzzle brake itself connects to the silencer. So regardless, I can just plug that on and it makes it easier.
No. Interesting. Never knew that. And so what would be the longest of a handgun then? So where's this range?
I don't know. Honestly, you can have Like
And
on an
that's-
AR pistol, you can have like I guess 16-inch AR upper on a pistol lower, and it'd still be a pistol.
Yeah, 'cause suppose I say to them, I want to designate my AR a pistol and not an AR.
Well, like there's rifle and pistol and other, which in the past they used to designate, like you used to have to designate, in my understanding, I'm sure anyone will hop in and correct me if I'm incorrect, but you used to have to designate it when you filled out your 4473 as like this is a pistol lower or this is a rifle lower. And then if it was a pistol lower, it can be, you can build it out to be a rifle, or you can build it out to be a pistol. But if it was a rifle lower, then you could only ever build it out as a rifle. A rifle could never be a pistol, but a pistol can be a rifle. Like, it's just really dumb and convoluted.
Okay.
Well, multi-cal just means you're able to run multiple calibers in it. It has nothing to do with the designation of whether it was a pistol or not.
See, I learned something new today.
Okay.
But just for your sake, I would have gone 16 inches instead of gone 14. 2 inches, you will end up making up the weight. Was there a price difference of a huge price difference, or it was the same price?
No,
Usually,
let me see, because I don't know if it was the same price.
was it a custom barrel or a stock barrel?
It's a boutique barrel. It's a barrel from Noveski. Which
Flippy likes that word, boutique.
Boutique?
I can tell when he says it, he likes it.
I do.
Smiles every time he says that word.
I do. It makes me feel special. It is the exact same price for a 16-inch and the 14.5 skinny barrel I bought.
I think boutique means that you get it straight off the shelf. It's not customly done to your personal. It's boutique. That's what you're trying to say, right?
Well, basically what it is it's a higher class barrel, but it's not like a custom barrel.
Okay. Yeah, so it's a custom barrel that you take off the shelf. And it's not factory, it's custom done, but it's not unique to you only.
Basically,
it's boutique.
yeah.
It's boutique.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's what I got out of your boutique. And custom barrel means that it was done to your specifications.
Yep.
Well, I think Flippy's barrels count as customized because like his boxes have like wizards drawn on them.
Yeah.
Dead horse.
I would totally count that as custom.
Dead horse, you said that you did custom not ARs, bolt actions. Is it hard to change a barrel?
On a bolt action?
Yeah.
Yeah, it depends on if the barrel's pressed or not. A lot of bolt actions will have, especially cheaper bolt actions will have pressed fit barrels. But like a regular bolt action with like a lug and a receiver, yeah.
Yeah. Ruger Precision has one with a lug and a receiver.
What are you thinking about buying it, or do you own it?
Oh, I own a Ruger Precision rifle, but I want to see, to go down the road of maybe buying a new barrel. But buying a new barrel or a custom barrel, and I'm thinking, okay, what do I need? Everybody says that all you need is an AR wrench for the bolt and a go gauge or whatever you need, and that's it. No go, whatever gauge. And a clamp. Yes. Like what you were doing the other night.
Yeah, or really, if you're smart about it, like I don't know how handy you are with tools, but really you can make yourself your own out of like a block of wood pretty quick with just a drill bit.
Yeah.
And you know, I don't know what tools you own or saws or anything like that, but if you're a handy guy and you're only like looking at doing this job once or something, you can definitely be creative and come up with your own. If you have a vise and if you have a vise and you can come up with your own way to secure it in the vise pretty well, especially for like a one-time use.
Yeah, I mean, and I have exactly what you have, two 3D printers, so. And today I shot my Ruger. Oh, it was bad. Today I had like 0.6 MOA. It was bad. And it wasn't windy. It was just calm air. I just don't know what was happening.
What caliber is your Ruger in?
6.5.
Oh, how do you like that?
Oh, brilliant. 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 I tell people, at 100 yards, you're wasting time. I mean, both of them, one I'm shooting a quarter MOA, which is a Tikka. The Ruger, the best I've shot it is 0.3 MOA. So both of them are good. That's 100 yards. At 200 yards, I am at about 0.4 MOA on the Tikka, and on the Ruger, I'm about the same. But when you go to 100, I mean, after that, I don't really measure MOA when you're at 600 yards or 1,000 yards. But when you're at 1,000 yards, it's, you know, at a 308, you would have to do 40 clicks up. This, you just do, you know, 15. The trajectory is so flat. It is not like a 308 or any other route, 223 or 243. You have to aim to the mountains, to the sky to get it to drop in. This one, it's flat and it travels. And the standard velocity of it is around 27, 50, 26, high 26s. So you can get to 1,000
And what's
yards.
your barrel length?
My barrel length on the Ruger is 26, and on my Tikka it is 22.
And you're looking to change the barrel because you're just not getting the accuracy out of this factory barrel?
Yeah.
That you would like?
Yes. I feel that I can get more.
How many rounds do you have through the factory barrel?
I would say 200 on each one, 250 on each one.
Okay, because a lot of barrels don't even start coming into their sweet spots until after like 200 rounds.
Yeah. So I'm hoping that, I mean, to be honest with you, I was talking to a friend the other day. He said, Mark, you're complaining. A quarter MOA, most people can't shoot a quarter MOA, never seen a quarter MOA. So it's a factory barrel. So why are you complaining? But then you say to yourself, when you are there, you want to get better. So that's where I am, you know? He says, there's not many rifles you can take off the shelf, factory out of a big block store, and say, hey, I'm going to shoot quarter MOA with it. You know, that's just not many. And if you're getting that, be happy and grateful. Don't complain.
Well, I don't know for the Ruger Precision 6.5 specifically, but for like the regular AR-10 like platform 6.5 guys, I've heard Criterion barrels are just some of the best drop-in match barrels, and I believe they're in like around the $500 price range.
Yeah, they're not that expensive. I mean, they drop in. When I see it on YouTube, they drop in. Literally, they just screw off the lug nut, put it in the gauge in, tighten it up back, and it drops in, and they're fine, you know. And I'm like, damn, that's what I need to get.
Yeah, if the barrel nut's anything like the AR platform, and I'm not sure, I've never shot a Ruger Precision rifle, I've never held one, I've never even like looked at one in person. So I think it's close to an AR-10, but it's just a bolt action, right? But it's very similar.
Yeah, just same nut. The
So
same nut.
yeah, so yeah, it's not a big deal. And then you can sit and play around with barrel torque because that won't have a gas tube or anything. You won't have to be worrying about probably indexing anything. So you can sit there and play around with different barrel torque and go from anywhere from like 35 up to, 60, 70 foot-pounds, and really get those groups, get your harmonics tuned basically, and get those groups tightened up.
Yeah.
But I would
That's why
check
I
out
want-
Criterion. I've read a lot of different people do reviews on those barrels, and for 6.5 especially in the AR-10 platform. So I'm not sure if the Ruger Precision would have the same barrel extension as an AR-10. So here, I'll go to Criterion's website. Let's see if we can make a barrel. Let's see here. I'm curious. Barrels. Okay, right here, Ruger Precision Rifle. They make barrels in 4, 5, 6, 7 different profiles for the Ruger Precision and 4 different lengths.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can get 7 different profiles of barrels. So you can get a heavy, an MTU, a bull barrel, standard, a light target, and then you can get it between 24 and 30 inches. And it's actually a little cheaper than I thought. They're only about $450 to $480.
Yeah, and the price is not bad. It's just my fear is that I'm going to buy this stupid thing.
And then they have add-ons too. Like you can get the muzzle threaded. You can get the muzzle brake contoured to the barrel. You can get the barrel bead blasted. You can get the barrel fluted. You can get the barrel nitrided. And then they have 6.5 and a 1 and 7.5 or a 1 and 8 twist they offer it in.
I'm going to do that. I think I'm going to go to another 250 long.
Yeah, here's a link for you on the side there, so you can check those guys out. But I've heard just nothing but good stuff, because I was actually thinking about just getting an AR-15 barrel from these guys, and I've just heard like a lot of good stuff about it.
Let's see. Okay. Can you place it in the in the lobby? Because I can't see it. I'm on my phone and see, I got it now. All right. Oh, that's not bad. 430.
Yeah, and they got hand-lapped bores, and they're pretty nice. I've heard this. Everyone who I've watched a review on these guys' barrels just absolutely love them. I haven't seen any bad stuff about it, but you might want to watch a couple reviews with the guys who actually own these barrels and actually shoot them and see what they say. But some of the reviews I watched on YouTube, that's the caliber they were using them in, is 6.5, and yeah, and all those guys were just raving about the accuracy. They were all sub MOA. They were, the guys were just really, really happy.
I mean,
Criterion, or was that? I think, Criterion. I think they make the Noveske barrels that they make the blanks that Noveske finishes out.
They want to surprise me. I know. Noveske started off doing that, but with FN blanks. So they might have moved to Criterion, maybe when he perfected his chrome lining process.
Somebody was telling me the other day about one called Bartian, or something like that. It's B-A-R-T, Barleon, or whatever. Let me see. He sent me an email. Barrels.
The only company that comes to mind when I hear the word bar is Barstow. Barstow barrels, and I don't even know if they make a barrel like that. I know they make handgun barrels.
Hawkhill Custom. There was another one called Hawkhill Custom.
What barrel length did you want to go with for your 6.5?
26. Found the link. Where is? Found a link. And let me send this to you. All right, let's go back to the phone link. I just placed a link in the chat for this guy did a blog about all the barrels, and he did a survey and said, hey, what are the barrels that most of you guys use of all the top shooters? And they kind of tell you which ones. It was a very good article. It's a very good website. Then, no, you don't know if they're being paid, but and it's not exclusively for the Ruger, it's just precision rifle shooters in general.
Okay, going to their website, the Bartlein website, it looks like their barrels they're selling are nothing but blanks. So those shooters are either turning their own blanks or having someone else do it, because I don't see a complete barrel on their website. All I see is blanks, like barrel blanks. So these guys are probably having gunsmiths custom rifle, like probably traditional rifling, or and not like cold hammer forged or a button rifling, but probably a traditional cut rifling. That's my guess. I could totally be wrong, but I'm guessing these guys buy these blanks and then have them, but by a master gunsmith. I
see. I see what you're talking about. I didn't even look at it.
So that's probably why all those match shooters are probably using these barrels, is because they're going so custom. They're actually have a shop or a master gunsmith that they take it to, and they're probably getting a traditional cut rifling. That's my guess.
Yeah, and you see that they sell AR-10s and ARs too. You saw that?
No, I was just looking at their barrels here.
Yeah. Oh, they sell AR barrels. AR-10 and AR-15 barrels too.
Yeah. Yep. 50 cal, 338, and just their barrel blanks are looking like around 350 just for the barrel blank. And then when you think about spending that $100 more and getting one done from a place like Criterion or any of the other bigger name barrel makers, I don't know. Like I would just go with one that's already made.
Yeah. Look at the other one called Hawk Hill Custom.
Yeah, because these guys are probably don't buy just one blank and take it to like a shop or their gunsmith. They probably buy 4 or 5, and then they're testing all of them and like picking the cream of the crop, like
And they shoot 1,000 rounds out it and they throw it away.
Oh yeah, probably.
Yeah. And say, well, this is done.
Test barrels. What are they talking about? Their test.
And if you go down the article that I sent you, you can see where they talk about barrel contours. And then they talk about rifle length, calibers. It was a good write-up. And they do that the same on this website. They have, if you go to the site, they have on muzzle brakes, the same thing, kind of a head-to-head with all muzzle brakes, optics, powders. Basically, like just a head-to-head to say, hey, what are the top shooters using, or they claim to use. You heard me before talking about bed in the barrel. Have you ever done that?
What's that? You're breaking up
Have you?
there.
Oh, have you ever done barrel bedded, glass bedded?
Like glass bedding a receiver?
Yeah. No, no, no.
Yeah, like
It
I
stopped.
free float my barrels, but I've bedded a receiver before, but no, I haven't bedded a barrel.
Yeah, they bed the stock, so they just basically put the epoxy on the stock, and then put the barrel on top of it, so that the barrel fits snug and unique to that barrel instead of having. I mean,
Yeah, I do
I
that
guess.
with receivers, like the
Mhm.
tail end, the receiver part. I've done that in a couple rifles, but I've never heard of anyone actually bedding the barrel. Usually, they want to free float that barrel for
No, no,
predictability
no.
and for
They,
pressure.
yeah, they free float the barrel, but where the barrel is connected to the pillars, to the two bolts that holds the barrel, what they do is that they build up a epoxy underneath it and glass bed it, so that what happens is it sits on its uniqueness of this barrel. So it's not all the way along the barrel; it's just where the two bolts are.
Yeah,
So it sits on its
that's just called bedding the receiver.
right. And I know after reading a lot more about it, I understand the reason why they're doing it. Because I guess every receiver, every barrel and receiver, I mean, is you try to make it all the same, but I guess the mold could be cooled quicker. So they're not meshed precisely, and you want to have that, hug the receiver to
You
hug it a
want the
little bit.
receiver to be rigid inside the stock and not to flex or bounce
Right,
inside the stock. So you want it to be as tight of a fit as possible. And then
right,
you want the barrel free floated to resist any kind of pressure that different materials can have with different changes in temperature and humidity and stuff like that. So, and for more predictability, you just want to free float the barrel, but have that receiver snugged in there, like almost clamped inside that stock.
right.
You don't want it to move or wiggle or anything. You want it as tight as possible. Like it's actually not bad if you if you after you bed your rifle the first time, if you literally got to take a little rubber mallet and tap that receiver in, that's actually a good thing.
Right. That's how I've said today that I'm just going to go ahead and do it. Not me personally, but get it done. I'm very mechanically inclined,
Oh,
but
just watch some videos and do it yourself, man. It's really that
yeah,
there's not a whole lot of it's not that difficult to bed a
yeah,
receiver. All it takes is
I
like some plastic bags, and then you can use all sorts of different types of resins for inside the
yeah.
stock.
I've watched some videos and I'm like, this is very easy. But then a guy on YouTube, a guy told me that he can do it for 65 US. So which is, I mean, not a drop in the ocean, but the scheme of things not that bad. Really, it's not that bad. So I'm like, $65. So go waste my time and do this. It's just easier for me, because it's not like I'm doing it because I want a learning experience or because I'm going to do it again. So, cover it up. The part I get myself in trouble all the time. I pull down something and I put the tools, I put everything in one place, and then I miss one thing and I can't find it. The bolt action. Let's put it up. All right. No time to run a bore snake through this gun.
How
Every
did
time
you
I
break
shoot,
that? How did you break that Ruger Precision barrel you have? How did you? What was your break-in process? I'm curious.
the first barrel I had, to be honest with you, I broke it in by doing one shot, clean, one shot, no, clean, one shot, clean up to 5. Then I did 5 shots clean, 5 shots clean, 5 shots clean, and then I just shot it after. However, I had to change the barrel because the barrel started to rust. And when I bought it, it had a little rust on there. And I didn't take it frankly because I was so excited to get it. And about a month after, I called Ruger and said, hey, you know what? There's a little rust on this thing. How do I take it off? And Ruger says, there's a rust on the barrel. Send us a picture. So I sent them a picture and they said, you know what? We will pay for changing that barrel. Send back the barrel. We'll pay for it. Okay, no problem. So I sent it back to Ruger. Ruger paid for the shipment. They changed the barrel and sent it back to me. So when I was talking to the guy on the phone, I said to him, do I have to break it in again? And he says, no, I called him and I said, are you changing the barrel or are you just spraying the barrel? Because I have to know if I need to break in the barrel. He said, break in the barrel. He says, let me tell you. This was a supervisor of, not the call center, this was a supervisor for the rifle department or one of the divisions in the rifle department. And he said, let me tell you, when you break in the barrel, those are the days of the 60s. This is a forged barrel. Don't waste your time or effort. Shoot the gun and enjoy yourself. He says, breaking barrels is like, you know, in the 60s and the 40s. Yes, he understood, but this one is a forged barrel. You don't have to do it. I said, okay, you are Ruger. He says, yes, I'm telling you. You won't get anything better.
I've been telling that people the same thing for a long time, man. Like the last time this came up, I was telling people, like, someone asked me my opinion on breaking in a barrel, and I was like, oh, I just take it out and I shoot it. But really, it's a little bit more than that, because what I'll do is the first thing I do is completely clean that barrel very well. And then I take it out and I shoot it, and I'll shoot, 100 rounds through it, clean it after maybe 100, maybe even 200 rounds. And I clean it really, really good, and that's it. That's my break-in process. And I don't try to get the barrel super hot. I do tend to maybe shoot more slow fire, but I do definitely warm that barrel up. And I've had multiple barrel experts and precision shooters tell me that's all they do, and that whole breaking in a barrel thing is for barrels of the past. And that I've been told it doesn't matter if it's cold hammer forged or button or traditional cut rifling nowadays. It's the quality of the steel they're using and everything else. It's just, it doesn't make a difference.
Correct. He says, you're wasting your time. Don't watch. I said, but everybody in UT, he says, I am Ruger. He's like, I'm the supervisor in charge of this department. I have been working here for 30 years, literally. I can tell you, don't bother. He says, what he advised and exactly what I did. As the barrel came, I cleaned it and cleaned it. And obviously there's some filing inside it or whatever is inside it, and it's not washed out properly. Cleaned it, and that's it. And I have cleaned it. I've shot maybe 200 rounds, and I've cleaned it twice since then. I think I cleaned it at 100 rounds and I cleaned it at 200 rounds. And I mean a thorough clean, you know, put my wet patches through it, then run it through 10 times and another wet patch and run it through again, you know? No cleaning. But the only thing that I clean now is like for my bullseye guns, for precision shooting. I don't know, my 22 just every time I shoot, after I shoot, I get it cleaned out, but I don't run it fast. Maybe it's a rabbit ear thing where you just say, hey, you run a patch to it, then I have to start over, clean it with a board snake, and that's it. And then people say, on rifles you have to warm up the barrel first before you. I can get a cold fire and it's dead on.
Well, what's up, guys?
Hey, what's up?
What up, man?
Chilling. Another day.
Did you get to watch any of those things, Scott?
No, I haven't. I've been running like crazy.
When you get the downtime, brother.
Yeah, most definitely. It's on my list as soon as I'm able to sit down for a couple hours.
Just, as I said, tons of information there. I mean, it's all of my little collections that I have gone on the internet and I found, and I'm like, let me store this. All the books you can read books about casting, reloading, and I forgot to tell you the other night. So I know you may not have one of those reloading books that tells if you go on the same place, you'll find Lyman's book, reloading book. They have all the specs for every round, powder, almost generally everything. So if you really want to know what the middle ground are, what the manufacturer's specification says, where's your starting load, that is where 99% of all reloaders is go to. That's their what you call their Bible. So as a reloader, you have.
I was just gonna say I do have I want to say it's a 49th edition of the Lyman Reloading Handbook.
Okay.
The only problem I ran into there is the 62 grain stuff, the 62 grain projectiles that I got. I don't know if they're newer or what, because they didn't in that Lyman book. It didn't even touch 62 grains. I don't.
If you go in the same link, you might find, I think there's more than one book. There's a Lyman, there's another book in there. They may have that information there.
And a lot of times forums, okay, and I'm not telling you to believe everything you read on a forum, but a lot of times you can research a certain power with a certain projectile and that projectile weight, that exact projectile with this powder, and other people, there's a ton of reloaders out there, right? And they're all sharing their information. They'll be like, oh, I tried 8.3 grains, or I tried this, I tried that. And, and I get the best accuracy this, and you can kind of look at everyone's opinion. And then you can kind of be like, okay, well, I'm just going to start maybe right here in the middle or wherever. And, for accuracy wise, stuff like that.
Yeah, with the forums, it's just you never really know what you're getting. So
yeah,
I mean, at least that's the way.
Well, you got to take that with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
I agree, because when I go to Facebook or forums, that's where a lot of my starting notes came from. I'm like, and I see a consistent, what you look is, don't look at one load. Look at, you don't invent, I always say don't reinvent the wheel.
Chances
So
are,
if
if
you
you
see,
find 30 guys saying like 8.5 grains of this powder works really
good
good
to
with
go.
this projectile, you know,
Yeah.
like when you find like, it's not, you just don't want to take one guy's opinion, but when you hear a lot of
Right.
guys, or then you hear reviews of that post saying, hey, I tried exactly what you recommended, and here's a picture of my target and my gun, and like I'm getting awesome groups, thank you so much, then you know that you just gotta kind of make an informed decision. Just don't
Right.
believe the one guy though, you know.
Yeah. I mean, and that's basically the same thing when it comes to your reloading. I mean, any reloading information, you want to get at least a secondary source to confirm that.
Yeah.
From everything I've heard.
And that's what I was saying to you. I know that you want to buy as much powder as you can to get it. And that's what I was saying to you. I mean, your powder, the rim shot that you bought, and I may buy, I don't know, Unique. And Unique may be better than rim shot, but you know, so you have to be careful how you buy tons of powder. As I said,
Yeah, and never listen to me about anything to do with reloading, because I'm just going to tell you to stuff like 7 to 8 grain unique, 7 to 8 grains of unique in the case and call it good. Like of whatever you're shooting, like it doesn't matter.
If it's 9 mil, just dump that case in there and fill it up and.
No, 7 to 8 grains of unique for like any caliber, man. Like I'm telling you, like. So that's what I'm saying. Don't ask me, but I know in like in a tight situation or emergency situation, I could reload any caliber with like 8 grains of unique and call that thing good. But,
yeah,
like, but you don't want to listen to that advice.
Hell, sounds like I need to go buy some Unique.
Dude, it's like one of the most versatile powders. Like, yeah, guys have used it for 223, 30-06, 9mm, 40. Like, you name the caliber, like someone's tried it with Unique, dude.
You know, it's funny. It's funny. I said that halfway joking, but I really do need to go get a powder that's nice and versatile that you can stretch into different roles like that.
Oh, like for like maybe a prepping type powder, like or something like that. Just to have a sealed bottle around, like Unique would be a very good choice, I think, for that. I don't know, there might be better, but I know Unique would at least be a decent choice.
Yeah,
like for me,
that's gonna go on my list next time I hit up the little shop in my area.
I have for my own, I have 9mm. I use WST. No, I use 231 Winchester 231 for 9mm. For 45, I use Bullseye and WST. For rifles, I use what I use.
Hey, on that Bullseye, is that tight group or what?
I'm looking at the box now. It says elegant powder, Bullseye smokeless pistol powder. It's
not named. It's tight group, or it doesn't have a separate name. Huh.
No, it's just Bullseye, but it's very like sells like hot bread. It's hard to get. And another one I have is called Hodgdon H4350. Most precision Ruger 6.5 Creedmoor guys use that. That one is just, everybody likes that powder. And what else I have? I had IMR 4451 that I used to use. I have Cerebella primers. I have CCI number 200 primers. I have Winchester primers. So as I said, I have quite a little variety because it depends on the gun, you know. So and I don't have.
And another thing too, Hottie, I was gonna say is like, as far as like taking advice off of a forum, you know, Gun Channels is kind of like a forum, even though like, you know, we're in a live chat together. It is like a forum. So like, let's say a guy like Foose, right? This guy's like a competition shooter. He's reloading thousands and thousands of rounds and shooting thousands and thousands of rounds. I know he uses a certain type of ram shot powder for like his 9mm, right? I've heard him recommend that several times. I would take that guy's word for it. And then if if I wanted to reload 9mm just to shoot a lot for competition or plinking or something, and I wanted a cheap powder that worked very well, like I would be like, okay, like ram shot. Like I've heard it over and over again. This guy totally recommends it. It works for him.
Yeah,
guy shoots enough. I think that he knows, he knows his stuff. And so I would definitely trust that guy's opinion.
That's totally where I'm at. That's totally where I'm at. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, this is better than just your regular old forums. I mean,
if it's not that, you're basically taking what, an opinion off of someone off of YouTube or someone off of a forum or someone in a live chat like this, or you're taking a manufacturer's opinion or maybe a review off their website about that product. But either way, you're pretty much always taking someone's opinion, and a manufacturer's opinion of their own product, of course, can be slanted or biased. So before I believed a manufacturer about how good their powder was or how effective or whatnot, I would go to a guy, I would trust a guy like Foose, who has all that experience and who, shoots so often. I would trust his opinion on, what powder works, that's cheap, works really good in a 9 before I trust just, like random review off of their website or their own, or in their own words.
Yep.
One gun down, one gun cleaned. There, I shot practice 200 rounds practice. A little less. I usually shoot 250 rounds, but today I was tired, so. And when you start losing focus, it's like not worth it anymore.
Yep, because then you start making your little mistakes, and you don't want to reinforce any of that, right?
So Too Hotty, you remember that when I crushed that grip, that 3D printed grip, that prototype one?
Yeah.
With the hammer? Did you see that on that show, on G-Web show?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to print off, I think I'm going to print off like 3 more, like one at 50% infill, one at 75, and one at 100. And then I'm going to take an A2 grip, and then I'm going to take a Magpul MOE grip and kind of put them all through the same test.
Oh, that'll be cool.
Yeah, and I think I'm just going to get a dowel and stick it on a weight, and then stick the grip basically at the bottom of the dowel, stand the dowel up vertical, and then drop basically like a 5-pound weight from the same height on the grips. Right. So that way, like, someone can't say, you hit that one harder with the hammer or whatever,
Right.
But I think just dropping like a 5-pound weight from a certain height on all the grips would be a more repeatable, test.
Totally.
And, but I think I'm going to do that, and just because I think that
right off the top of your head, what do you think? Magpul will come out the best in that?
No, I think my 100% infill will come out the best, and then I think the A2 will be next. And then probably the 75% infill and the Magpul, I think, will be even. And then the 50% infill will come out at the bottom. That's my guess, but I could totally be wrong. For all I know, the 75% infill could be stronger than all of them, or the A2 could be stronger than all of them, or the Magpul.
I'm kind of thinking the Magpul might do fairly well in that, just because it has so much into that one product, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's what it'll be. I don't know. I think it'll be kind of fun to, and I'm not really, the only thing that's really going to cost me is that Magpul grip, like all the PLA and stuff. That's really not costing me anything, just time to print it. And then
you probably got A2 grips in piles at your place.
Yeah, so those aren't bothering me none. And yeah, so I think I'm going to do that little test, and then because I'm curious to know, how. So I thought about it, like how could I repeat a test other than just smacking it with a hammer? So it'd be like the same weight falling on all the grips in the same spot and whatnot. And I just figured out that whole basically a platform with the dowel coming out of it, and then just put a curling weight, like a 5-pound weight on over the dowel, and just let it drop from a specific height down onto the grip.
Right on.
I don't know what height. I don't know what height I should drop them from yet. Like, should it be like a foot or 2 feet or like?
But then if nothing happens to any of them, you have to keep on going.
Because it's going to build up speed and energy, right? And so then it's going to be more than just like 5 pounds pressing against it. It's going to slamming into it the higher up I go. So I don't know what would be a fair test on how high I should hold that 5-pound weight up off the grip, but
Yeah, you start at a foot.
Just throwing a number out there. I don't know, 3 to 5.
3 to 5.
Yeah.
So I was thinking about maybe just doing like starting off at like one foot on each one, right?
Yeah, ladder.
And going to 2 and then 3 feet. And then
Yeah, you could totally do that depending on how how in depth you want to do it.
All right.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna hop out for a few. I wanted to jump in just so I could get in on my phone. So if I'm out walking and I hear y'all talking about something, I can hop in. But I gotta go for a walk while the sun's still shining here.
all right, man, enjoy your walk.
Yeah, I'll catch up with you guys a little bit later on this evening.
Laters.
Right on.
All right, Smegs. You posted the chat. You got me.
What up, Foos?
Not much. How are you guys?
Good. I think Smeggy went to the store or something. He said he was stepping away for a minute. And I think Gavin is asleep over there.
Yeah, but Smeg just put the lobby link in the chat. So, oh man, I'm just filling out an expense report right now. When was this?
Are you back from your trip?
Yeah, I landed yesterday at 10 Central. Drove back home, changed clothes, and worked out. And realized I should not have eaten that Chipotle at the Atlanta airport.
What's wrong with the Chipotle at the airport?
Oh, nothing. It's just I ate and it was too much. And whenever I was working out, I couldn't work out very well because, well, I had a whole bunch of fucking burritos sitting in my stomach.
I don't know. I can't even eat like Taco Bell anymore without, really paying for it the next day.
Yeah.
That or like pizza, man. Pizza gives me heartburn nowadays. It never used to, but anytime I eat pizza, like I usually get like some pretty bad heartburn.
And I'm just doing my expense report. It's already up. Shit, it's probably over $1,000 right now. Yeah. This would be purple onion would be lunch. Meals. What day is this? What day is this? 24. I hate doing this damn thing. That and I also wanted to get on to see what time the install's tomorrow. So.
Time the what is tomorrow?
Install. I have to work tomorrow morning. As soon as I finish that, I got to drive 3.5 hours for my nephew's birthday party, be there for about an hour, hour and a half, drive 3 hours back in time for the chat tomorrow night. Reloading chat. Where's this? Oh, this is the sushi. 19.78. No, this one is 30. So means this one was lunch. So I watched Free State of Jones today. It was pretty decent.
I have no idea what that is.
It's a movie. Hold on. It's a Matthew McConaughey movie. Basically, he deserted from the Confederate Army, and he carved out a little area in Mississippi where basically everyone was equal during the Civil War, and then afterwards they all moved to another place in Georgia, and then later his like grandson or whatever tried to marry a white woman in Georgia. Oh, and he had a child with a freed slave, and then his grandson or something tried to marry a white woman, evidently prominent or something, and they tried to say that he was black, and by Georgia laws, since he was like 1/8 black or something like that, he was he couldn't marry the white woman.
Yeah, I'll have to check that out. What is it rated?
I mean, there's not a whole bunch of blood in it, or gore. I'm not sure. I'd have to get up and look.
Is there any nudity or anything like that?
No.
Okay, so it's like appropriate for like a 13-year-old.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, yeah, I'll definitely check it out. Maybe that's what we'll watch tonight for the family movie.
Well, it was Netflix, and I had to get the disc. So.
Oh, they didn't. You had to get the disc. I only have the streaming Netflix.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that I would definitely put on a streaming, to watch it whenever it does come available. What is this one? 26th. Oh, shit. I'm trying to get my expense report in before my manager changes on Tuesday, because I know my current manager will pretty much approve anything, and I don't know what my new manager does and doesn't approve. Anything meaning like pretty much any amount. But I'm all...
They're not like, why was this hamburger $30?
Because I got a lap dance with it.
There you go.
No, my new boss, I'm sure he'll be fine. I've seen him expense some stuff that I would deem wow. So this would be lunch. But I know my current manager has expensed a 90 some odd dollar lunch, our dinner, and let's just say my meal was somewhere in the 20s.
Yeah, then I wouldn't worry about $20. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you just don't itemize the stuff, and you're pretty much good. is this? Metro Market, Tampa. Oh, gas. I was like, what the hell is this? $7.25 for a damn bagel. Shit. I didn't realize it was that expensive. What's this Chipotle? Lunch at 8 o'clock in the morning. Oh, well. It'll work out. Sweet Noyers. Good deal. So just under 1,300. It's not too bad. Now I'm going to have to scan all those in. So what's been going on today? Has there been any chats or anything?
Not really. I didn't get on today until probably like 2 o'clock, so I have no idea what went on before that.
Right.
I think G-Webs went to I think I saw someone say G-Webs went to a rally, or maybe he's watching that rally, the one that's in Arizona with Trump.
Oh, cool. And while I'm up, let's see. I'd have to open it to see what Free State of Jones what it's rated as. Really? So I ended up taking all the ammo that I've been loading up as of lately and put them all through a chamber check. I probably had 12 or 1,300 rounds loaded up, and probably I'd say 50 of them failed, and only one had a split neck, and only one had a no primer.
Now, do you have like a chamber like jig for that, or do you just like pull a barrel out and just drop them in a regular barrel?
I have a chamber check gauge that does 100 at a time.
It does 100 at a time?
Yeah.
Holy shit. Okay.
Yeah,
I was thinking it's just like one at a time. Like
no, you know those MTM cases, the plastic cases that hold 100.
Yes.
It's meant to chamber check and then dump them straight into that.
Oh, that's sweet.
Mm-hmm. So everything goes pretty quick. Sorry, I'm having dinner, so hold on. I'll be probably going back on and off of mute, so you don't hear me chewing. Yeah, it's definitely worth it. And I mean, you get a normal chamber check, it'll cost you, mid-20s, mid-30s, something like that. And this hundo, you can get an aluminum one, and it's costs about $100. So if you think about it, it's pretty damn cheap.
Yeah, that's not bad. I was just thinking of like some kind of jig just to test one at a time. Then I was kind of like, oh man, that's like gotta take just forever. That's, but yeah, I don't even think I've ever seen one of those, like what they look like or anything. So I'll have to go check them out.
I'll find one for you.
Do they make them that big for 223, or is that just for pistol calibers?
Mostly pistol caliber, just because it's made for pistol shooting. Yeah, they make them for 9mm. They have anodized. They make them 9, 40, 45, 40 longs, 38 super. I just put it in the chat.
I'm checking them out now. 100 on Hundo case.
Hundo, yeah. Yep.
Oh, that's pretty cool, man.
And you put that right on your MTM case, and bam, 100.
Yeah, see, I have one for 223, but it does one at a time, and it's just like a little cylinder, like a fake, barrel blank or something like that. You just drop one at a time in.
I have one of those too for 223, and I have it for 308 and all the other ones. But going with the bulk, I can't do it one at a time, so that's why I got that. Definitely worth its weight in gold if you start pumping out a ton of rounds. So I don't know if you were on a chat earlier whenever I said I was going to test out a new company for bullets, and I ended up getting my $100 or my 100-round sample pack in today. I like the shape of them. I really like the coating.
What company is it?
This is H&S Bullets coming out of Utah.
Okay, I've used 41 mag H&S bullets. Is it a black box with like an orange label?
This just came in a bag.
Okay, yeah, I've used some of those guys because they are local here, so they sell to quite a few of the shops around.
Here, I'll put. Oh no.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've used those exact same like 210 grain semi wad cutter 41 mag.
From that, they have 44 mag. They don't have 41 mag. Yeah, that's the website that I used, and I measured some of them. One bullet was all the way up to 27 grains. I had another bullet, down to the 23 grain area. And it's a 5 grain swing.
Is all this stuff powder coated?
They're not powder coated, but they are polymer coated.
Okay. Then yeah, these definitely aren't the guys I'm thinking of. The guys I'm thinking of are local here, and they're called they're called H and something. Like maybe it's H&H or but yeah, they make bullets too. But none of their stuff's polymer coated.
Yeah, all these are polymer coated, and they're a little bit shorter than the black bullets I currently shoot. That's what these are. They're the same price. The coating looks like it's thicker on it. So I'm going to go ahead and load some of these up and see.
So since they're shorter, they're lighter?
No, they're the same weight. They're both 125 grain. So I'm just, looking a little bit different. I mean, these guys, they already have a pretty good corner on the market. So I was, going to go out and see what other companies are out there and stuff like that, and see who I want to give business with. I mean, this guy, if you look at the story, he hand rolls every one of them. Small home-based company using a hand crank casting machine and occasionally hand molds. So that means he does it just like I do it. So if he's good, I'd give him money to help him grow. But I mean, out of these 100 good quality products so far, I may go and get 1,000 of them and see how they run. How's it going, Sean?
Oh, another day down here in paradise.
Yeah. I know, Sean, you use Swamp Popper bullets. Different Sean.
Oh, okay. I was like,
Sean
what?
Connery. Yeah. And Robbie, I have an undersized resizer as well, but I still put him in there in case I get, split necks and stuff like that. Like today I was running through one and I was like, that's sticking up awfully far. So I looked at it and didn't have a split neck, but the side of it was split, like right about the base of the bullet. So I went and I pulled the bullet.
How many times do you reload your average 9 before you start getting split necks?
I don't know.
Just a rough average. Like, do you think it's over 10, over a dozen?
There was one time I wanted to test that, so I took a round that I knew was brand new because I bought it from the store. It was a Federal case, and I marked it, and I counted how many times I shot it, and I reloaded it. I stopped counting it 30 times, and it was still going strong. Yeah.
Okay, now what about rifle brass, like a 223?
I never did that, but a lot of times they say, you get maybe 8 to 10 if you don't anneal. If you do anneal, you get more. So.
Now, you don't anneal any of your brass, do you?
I do not.
Have you ever thought about doing it, or it's just pointless to do it for 9mm? Or
yeah, for a straight wall, yeah, you don't need to do it, unless you are, have some obscure cartridge that it's really hard to get brass, then possibly. But yeah, I don't. For pistol straight wall cases, I probably wouldn't. For net cases, if I was doing ultra precision stuff, I probably would.
Yeah, and you have to consider when you're talking about like 223 brass, it's a lot of it's already been annealed at least once. And the difference between at least one time annealed brass and just raw brass, which is seen on a lot of cartridges, is huge.
Sorry, I was reading the chat and I did not hear a word you said. I'm sorry.
That's okay. It happens.
Actually,
no, I was saying that the difference between when you look at like 223 brass, quite often you're getting brass that has been previously annealed. So you've got at least like one time annealed brass. Where with other cartridges, you might be just getting raw brass that's never had an annealing treatment.
Well, in the manufacturing process, all brass gets annealed, or else you'll just start splitting it, going from the cup to the actual brass. It has to be heated, it has to be annealed, or also just be work hardened like crazy. So it's all annealed. It's just going from the straight wall down to the net cartridge. It just needs to get annealed again for that.
Well, look at the difference between, like, say a 308 and a 223. The annealing is way different. You've got on like a 308, you've got like this pristine looking brass that has no annealing marks and no temperature variation marks and doesn't look like it's had any annealing. Where you get 5.56 and is obviously been annealed if you're getting good 5.56.
What you're seeing is carbon on it. You could, if you would take and run that 223 back through a cleaning solution again, all that annealing mark will come off. And that's usually what they do with commercial brass. That's what 308, they do that.
So same, between the 308 and like the 223, there is no difference in the annealing process of brand new stuff. It's just whether or not they clean it up.
Correct, because if you think 308, how many people are going to be sitting there? They want the 308 to look pretty and all this stuff, because not many people shoot a ton of 308, whereas 223, it's still a cartridge that people shoot a shit out of, and they don't care what damn thing looks like. But your 308 FUDs and stuff like that really care about what their brass looks like.
Yeah, they haven't met me apparently.
Well, yeah,
more 308 than anything.
A lot of us shooters really don't give a shit what the brass looks like. I pick brass up and shoot brass. I'll pick some up off the range that is completely black. It's still brass, but it's just been oxidized, sitting on the range for like years. I'll pick it up, stick it through my wet tumbler, and it'll look like it's copper. And I'll shoot that until it splits. I don't care. I don't care what brass looks like. As long as all the carbon's off of it, I could care less if there's water spots or crap. I don't care. I'll shoot it.
All right. So for a guy like me, sure, I can afford factory ammo, but I really want to start doing more reloading, or start doing reloading, period. Because, well, one, it would save me some money, and two,
it doesn't save you money.
Hey, don't. My wife can hear this.
Oh, okay. What it'll do is you'll be able to shoot more on the same amount.
See, exactly. So it saves you money per round.
Yes. Yes, per round it does save you money. That's when you just gotta go like, "Hey, wife, it takes me,
Of course, my round count won't go up. She can still hear me.
Oh, of course, because you because right now you're limiting factor is time, not rounds, right? So you're not gonna be able to be like, oh, because I'm reloading, I'm gonna be able to go out to the range, 5 more times a month. No, you'll probably actually go to the range less because your time is what is a limiting factor, and you'll have to have time to reload. So you'll probably go to the range less, since your wife is listening.
Yeah, she's not even buying that. Well, especially since lately I'm getting out there about once a quarter, so
okay,
it's gotten pretty sad. I've spent too much time working on the right to bear arms instead of actually going out and bearing arms.
Hold on, I have a spider crawling across my door, and I need to kill.
Flamethrowers are prescribed.
I want to know how come he's not live streaming killing the spider. Like, would PETA get too upset about killing the spider?
I think they'd be more pissed off over the steak I'm eating right now. And it is glorious. Okay, pirates are taking over Iceland. Well, I might have
Taking over Iceland?
Yes, the pirate party is poised to win over the basically the parliament in Iceland, which has me thinking of my plans for the how do you change Brexit to Clinton exit? You Clexic? I might have to move to the country where the pirates are in charge.
Are they all pastafarians?
I'm hoping so, because that would just absolutely be the clincher. From the guy raised Roman Catholic. Who also has a pirate fish on the back of both of his cars.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, if they were all pastafarians, like I would for sure be like, oh, like this is my kind of place. Where's the beer volcanoes?
Exactly.
Yep. All hail is noodly goodness.
I told someone once I wanted to touch them with my noodly appendage, and then the harassment lawsuit started.
Okay.
Let's just start noodly appendage. It's like, oh, I'm out.
do we need to start calling you Anthony?
If you were a true Pastafarian, that should have brought you all the way in.
You didn't send any of these noodly appended emails to Clinton, did you?
Possibly, but they were probably deleted.
So do you think this FBI opening up investigation again will hurt Hillary?
Absolutely. It hurts.
Or do you think it's still just rigged? And
well,
no worries.
I've never thought it was quote unquote rigged. Certainly there are voter irregularities on both sides. I haven't lost so much faith in the electoral system to believe that it's totally rigged. Now, I'll tell you what is rigged is the media coverage of the campaigns, the spin that goes out, what they convince the average person, who, unfortunately, and I'm very sad to say, are low information voters.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to go as far as saying the Electoral College is rigged and all that stuff, but what I can say is
I don't think the Electoral College is rigged. I think it is.
What I will say,
I think it has some problems and it has some advantages.
Now, something I will say is the voting machines could have software in them to change votes, because I'm in that field. It's easy to do whatever the fuck you want.
It is easy to do, however, it is auditable, and there are a lot of audits that go on. And my tinfoil hat is not tied enough to believe that it is being systematically rigged to one side or the other at those electors' offices. Because look, understand, if someone gets caught doing that shit, they are going to borrow a line from Office Space, federal pounding in the ass prison, probably for the rest of their lives.
Yep. But then they'll just say, "Oh, it was a computer glitch," and
Yeah. Have you met me? You call it a computer glitch and let me dig into your code. I'll tell you if it was a glitch or by design. And I'm not all that good at debugging code. It's not really what I do, but I can do it. The guys that really do that stuff can easily do it.
That's very true.
You can't hide code. It looks great on movies, but and you can bury code so it's hard to find. But when you start looking for code, it pops right up.
Oh, I know.
When you look for code, even the code that took out the nuclear centrifuges over in Iran. As soon as they looked for it, they found it. Because they said, "Oh shit! Well, the problem was we just weren't looking for this."
Right.
But when we looked for something that said turn our centrifuges instead of at 10,000 RPM, turn them at 10 million RPM, they found the code.
Right.
So no, I don't think it's systemically rigged. What is rigged is the information machine that's out there. Yes, the press has an obvious bias. Everyone knows it. The press tries to pretend it doesn't exist, and it's laughable. And they lose credibility for trying to pretend that it doesn't exist. What they should do is say that we're a pro Clinton station, and the other one say that we're a pro Obama station, and the other one said we're a pro Mitt Romney station, and there might be one somewhere that's pro Trump. Me, if I were a newscaster, I would say I'm a libertarian, except for the fact that there's so many idiot libertarians out there. It makes me hesitant to use the term.
So you're telling me you're not down with Big Johnson?
No.
No.
Oh, okay, now.
Now, I want a constitutionalist. I want someone that says, I don't, this is what I believe. But
I want Antonin Scalia for president.
What?
I want Antonin Scalia for president. Dig him up.
What was the guy's name?
Antonin Scalia, the Supreme Court justice who recently passed away, the author of Heller.
Okay.
I want someone who believes in. I mean, and this is where I break the continental divide on being a Republican or a Democrat. I believe in individual liberties being stronger than the state, which means that I am not a statist Republican. I also believe that we need to have a limited government, which means that I'm not a Democrat either. So I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. If you had to put me in the political box, I would be in the libertarian box. But I also believe in a very strong foreign policy, which unfortunately most of the libertarians do not believe in. But I do, because, well, if I'm going to fight somebody, I'm going to fight them on their turf, not mine, because I'm not involving the citizenry of America into our fights.
Yeah, I just want someone to say, these are my opinions, but if you look at my track record, whenever I'm in public office, I go with what the Constitution says, not my own opinion, because I'm here to defend the Constitution, not
everyone goes by what they think the Constitution really says. You have these people saying, "Oh no, I'm not anti-Second Amendment." They just have a different read on what the Second Amendment means than what we do or what the Heller Court had. or what the McDonald court had, or what the Ezell court had. You know, but oh no, I'm not anti-Second Amendment. I certainly believe that you should all be able to have a militia.
Yeah.
At least one that's controlled by the
hard look
state.
at myself and realized, I'm a Republican. If you just give me like guns and let me just have my guns, I'm sure all the rest of the shit will sort itself out.
I jokingly call myself a Republitarian. I'm a libertarian that generally votes Republican because I'm also a realist. And the libertarians piss me off with their xenophobic policy.
The libertarians are annoying with their anti-gun policy too.
Flippy, are you smoking crack? I've never seen the Libertarian Party be anti-gun.
The Libertarian Party's candidate is anti-gun as a motherfucker.
Okay, their candidate is, but hey, the Republican Party candidate is very anti-Republican on a lot of things, including foreign trade.
Yeah, we might even get like a change in the Republican Party. It's gonna be great.
That's really what I'm hoping for more than anything, and that was the idea behind the Tea Party movement. It wasn't to change the country; it was to change the Republican Party. And really, what we're seeing now with Trump is an extension of that, where we have the Trump backers who were very much the Tea Party people, and even more of them, because they're not so vilified as they once were, except for to call them deplorables, which just pissed off more people. And you've really got the same people that were in the Tea Party movement now backing Trump, and you've got the Republican Liberty Caucus, and you have so a lot of the libertarians backing him. And then he screwed up and said, "Oh, we're going to be the law and order," which pissed off some of the libertarians because, well, yes, they all recognize that we need law and order. The problem is that our laws aren't so orderful right now, and we need to reduce regulation, which Trump is also good about. So it's kind of a mixed bag. But one thing I will give him great credit for is he put out this list of these are the people I'm going to consider for a Supreme Court justice, and we've researched a lot of those judges. Some of them are from Florida. And I'll tell you, I am comfortable with every one that he put on his list. I mean, we are talking guys that would uphold Heller, that would uphold individual rights, that would cut holes in qualified immunity, that would really do some things that they're long overdue in the judiciary. And more than anything, if you're a student of history and a student of government and a student of the judiciary, there is only one thing in this election that is just do or die, and that is who gets appointed to the Supreme Court, and really who are the next three judges appointed to the Supreme Court. Because it is going to fundamentally, it is probably going to fundamentally change the jurisprudence, which means really what the laws and the Constitution means in this country for the next 2 generations. I know my political high horse has bored everyone to death.
Nah, I'm just looking at pants. So have you fucked with any new like NFA items since the whole change happened?
No, as far as the NFA stuff goes, Florida Carry has a membership level where you get a full NFA trust, basically for $50. You get a Florida Carry executive membership, which costs $50, and the NFA trust, which those trusts go for quite a bit of money, and you get the whole deal for $100 total.
Yeah, I did.
But the NFA items I had were before the changes.
Have you
From
haven't
what I
dealt with any of
understand,
the new rulings?
I'm sorry.
You haven't dealt with any of the new rules yet?
Just to the extent where basically pointing some of our members to the appropriate resources and such. I have not personally dealt with any of them. I do know next time Florida Carry as an organization purchases an NFA item, which we do from time to time because we need them for demonstration and education purposes. Then me and all of my board members are going to have to go get our fingerprints taken, which we've all done before anyway. No big deal, but it is kind of a pain in the rump to tell everybody, hey, I need your fingerprint card and a notarization.
Yeah, that's really annoying. That's funny. Megan Kelly's ex said, I wanted a wife, and so did Megan.
Hey, I wouldn't want to piss her off. Hell, if we all went by what our exes said about us, I think most of us would be in big trouble.
Nah.
You're young. Give it time.
Yeah, Flippy doesn't have an ex yet, so he doesn't know.
And call me back by the time you're about 40. I'm just guessing you're under 40 if you're saying that.
I am 26.
Oh God, I remember when I was 26. Yeah, you're just getting to the point now where you're starting not to be a dumbass. Good luck.
Damn, I need one of these Terran Tactical Noveski base pads for AR, but they're all out of black.
But what the hell's a base pad?
It's one of those things that makes it so it holds like 4 or 5 extra rounds.
It's on your magazine at the very base.
Wait. You need your 30, 40, or 60 round mag to hold 4 more rounds?
I need my 30 round mag to hold like 4 more rounds.
Yeah. So buy a 60 rounder.
but they don't have a 60 rounder with the Noveski logo on it.
He is a Noveski whore.
I mean, they're so great. They keep giving me free stuff.
Well, hey, look, I'm not going to say I haven't ordered anything from LaRue just so that they would send me more Dillo Dust because I had ribs cooked and didn't feel like mixing up my own.
Wait, LaRue, if you order with them, they send you a fucking thing of like seasonings?
Hell yeah.
Oh, that's fucking baller. Sounds like I need to order some fucking mounts.
Dude, you get pork season, you get barbecue pork seasoning, and quite often a hat and a paint mixer. I was a little confused about the whole paint can mixer thing until I used it. It's actually pretty good.
I don't know what purpose I'd have for that thing. But
if you got to paint your house, you got a room to paint.
Yeah, but I'm like down south. If I have the room to paint, then I call Mexicans.
Well, and then you give them the paint mixer, and they're more efficient. Because look, when you show up to Home Depot and a bunch of guys jump in the back of your truck, you want them to be in and out of there as fast as possible. Because you're paying for the day of labor, you don't want 2 days of labor.
I mean, drunk and lazy can only be so efficient.
Well, fat, drunk, and stupid. You can't go through life fat, drunk, and stupid.
What is that a quote from?
Animal House.
Oh, okay. Son, going through college, fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to live.
No. He said you can't go through life. I used to know the whole quote. Getting old, forgetting things now. Next thing you know, I'll be walking around with no pants on. Fortunately, I work from home, so it's allowed.
Yeah. I mean, it's looking like I'm going to have to go to Richardson next week because I don't want to send my gun out. So it's like, well, I can either send my gun to Cali and pay $35 for them to pin and weld a muzzle device onto it, or I fucking drive an hour out of my way to a place in Richardson and have them do it for $40.
You got a muffler shop in town?
Probably.
Done.
That's what I was saying, man. Is like, just do that yourself.
If you have look, there's a muffler shop in every town. You can find a welder. All they gotta do is tack a bead.
Yeah, but don't they need to like drop a fucking pin in?
Yeah, but you cut the drill bit you use to cut the hole flippy meets the hardness and the melting point requirements that the ATF has set. So you just cut that drill bit off just a hair shorter so it sits down recessed inside the hole. And with a cutoff wheel, a Dremel, a chop saw, whatever.
Hell, you don't even have to do all that. Just look, any indie shop, any muffler shop is going to have a drill press, but they can drop a hole, put in a chunk of something, and freaking zip that thing off, and then if you really want to get fancy, they can grind it down and make it pretty, or you can go home and grind it down, sand it a little bit, and hit it with some Aluma Black or whatever, and you're done. Krylon. But thank God I don't live in one of those communist states, and I only run 16-inch barrels anyway, because
I live in Texas.
What's so cool about having a 14.5-inch barrel?
Everything.
Less muzzle velocity and really
not by much.
An inch and a half shorter barrel.
It's because he wants it. I mean, the thing is, it's not like,
and if that's your excuse, that is valid. If you say it's just because I want it, I can respect that.
Nah, it's because it's lighter and it's fucking shorter.
Yeah, bullshit.
Bullshit that it's lighter and shorter?
No. Tell me you want it because you think it's cool. I think that's valid. If you tell me it's lighter and shorter, give me 3 hours with you on the range. It ain't gonna fucking matter, dude.
I mean, it's still lighter and shorter. Me
No,
spending 3 hours on a range doesn't.
That inch and a half. Look, ask your girlfriend. An inch and a half doesn't matter to her. Otherwise, she wouldn't be your girlfriend.
Okay, Sean is now starting to talk sense. So I see that point of view, but Flippy is right in the sense that no matter what, it is still lighter and shorter, less swing rate weight out at the end of the barrel, right? How much does that add to anything? Probably not much, or maybe not even anything measurable. So it's just, it's like the whole I want it thing. That's a valid point. He wants a M4 type clone, right?
If it's the full, I just want it, then I can totally respect that. If you start talking about swing rates and everything, I will take my 20-inch 308 AR that is way heavier than any AR that you've got, and put that thing on target faster than you will.
An inch and a half can be a lot. Okay, like if I'm taking my gun in and out of a vehicle, right, or I'm clearing a lot of houses, a lot of CQB type stuff, that inch and a half can make a definite difference. Not having that extra inch and a half out there. I'm not saying it makes a huge. It's not like night and day, but I think it could definitely make a difference. Coming in,
an inch and a half also adds less than the fucking when I put my silencer on it. So it's not as
if you're gonna drop down the barrel, spend the $200, get your picture taken.
I heard he did all that.
Get yourself a fucking 8-inch barrel and go to town.
Yeah, I did that. I fucking did the whole pay $200 and wait and still wait for the 10-inch.
Or just do a different buttstock on the thing and go as small as you want and make it a pistol.
I don't want a pistol. I want a rifle.
Can you tell the difference between a pistol and a rifle AR?
Yeah,
I have trouble.
A buttstock, one doesn't. One can be shouldered, one can't be.
Yeah, right. Well, one could be until they change their mind, and then it couldn't be. And I'm waiting for that court case to come up.
Oh, that court case may never actually come up.
Notice they've never prosecuted it because they know they're screwed if they ever do. Even non-gun lawyers who I've shown that ruling to versus their previous ruling has said there's no way they could enforce that. That said, of course, I've never shouldered any of my AR pistol builds. Ever. I did have a pistol, however, touch my shoulder once. I'm hoping I didn't turn it into a rifle.
That's how I shoot all my Glocks, is I just hold the slide up to my shoulder and then shoot.
Well, you turned it into an SBR.
Damn it. Yes. What does SBR stand for? Sore, bruised, right shoulder or something?
I think so.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering why, I kept coming home with bloody shoulders after doing that.
So I do remember going into a freaking tire room with a goddamn SIG, and freaking chest compressed retention position. I freaking go up to engage something and freaking pop myself right in the sternum with the back of the slide when I pulled the trigger. Oh, I was just like, mother. Ow. Thought I broke my sternum.
Oh yeah, Dad. Yesterday, fucking my Noveski sent me another barrel and bolt carrier group.
So you have 3?
I have 2 now. Like they sent me the one back.
Oh, okay.
What happened to your
And they're
bolt
both
carrier group?
headspace?
Yeah, they're both head spaced.
What happened to your bolt carrier?
Nothing. Basically, long story short, I ordered a barrel that was head spaced. I got a barrel without the bolt carrier group that was supposed to be head spaced. So that Monday I called them, was about to ship it out. They sent me, they're like, we're sorry this happened. They sent me a free charging handle and they're like, just send back the barrel and we'll get it head spaced and ship it back out. I go to ship back the barrel, fucking another Noveski 14.5 inch slinky or barrel, whatever, thin barrel comes in with the bolt carrier group. After I shipped out, and then like the next day I ship out my other bolt carrier, my other barrel, which came to me yesterday with another bolt carrier group. So they gave me a free barrel and bolt carrier group and a free $100 charging handle.
Are they aware that they've done this?
I guess. I don't know.
Me just being the honest person, I would say, look, you guys, cart before the horse, whatever. I've got 2 of these. I'm happy to ship one back because I didn't pay for the damn thing. In which case, they would probably, or I'm happy to pay you a good rate for the thing. I had the same thing happen with me in core rifles, and I have an extra full core upper for my 308 AR because, well, they, screwed up. And I said, okay, I'm going to accept the screw up, but you're going to give me a good deal on it, or I'll ship it back. And they said, okay, well, hey, give us X number of dollars. It wasn't that much money. To have an extra upper? Sure. Okay, here you go. Here's a few hundred extra bucks. But
yeah,
I felt good about it because I was honest about the deal, and they felt good about it because they made some money. And both uppers, after many problems I had with that rifle at the very beginning, both run like raped apes.
Yeah, but now I have 2 barrels, so I don't know what to do with it. I don't know if I should build it into another gun.
Same thing I did. Contact the manufacturer that sent them to you. Make sure they didn't send it to you in error. If they
they 100% did send it to me in error.
Then you need to do the man thing and either give it back to them or let them make you a good deal on letting you keep it. But it's not yours. They screwed up. Bank errors in your favor are not freaking unreimbursable to the bank. Just because they screwed up doesn't mean you should keep the benefit of it. It is not what you're talking about. Keeping it is not ethical.
Yeah, but the law's on my side though, because they shipped it to me.
No, really, it's not. No, really, it's not.
I mean, if they ship you something out of error,
very clear that such errors can be taken back out of your ass. They could even sue you for it, even though they made a mistake. And you're not going to be held responsible for a mistake, but they can demand the return of it. Now, very few people would actually do so because, well, the cost of an upper isn't worth the cost of the lawyers to do it. But legally speaking, the law is not on your side. Nor is any ethical norm. And my friend, it is time to be an adult. Live by a certain code of ethics.
Nah, I think this is God's gift to me for tithing.
I think what Flippy's going to do is he's going to. I bet you what he already has done, what he's just not telling us, is he's already called Noveski and be like, "Hey, I got 2 barrels here," and Noveski was like, "Oh, okay, well, you know, either send you."
I'm really hoping Flippy's trolling me here.
This price, and Flippy's like, "Okay, I'll just take it for this price because they gave him like a way discounted price."
And that's what they'll usually do in such scenarios. But I'm hoping Flippy's trolling me here. Otherwise, you're just not an ethical person, and I'm very disappointed in you.
Oh no, I totally think Flippy's just trolling. Trolling.
I hope so. Because, character means something in this world.
What the hell is it with cats and gun cases? Like, I looked over and my gun case is open and all of the cats are asleep in it.
Damn it, Flippy, your morals are scaring everyone away.
Oh, well.
So yeah, so I already know you contacted Noveski and they're just like, oh, like keep that fucker, we'll charge you $100 for it. So yeah, so how much are you gonna sell it for?
I'm still like debating what I want to do, if I want to sell it or if I want to like turn it into a gun. But I don't really feel like turning it into a gun, and there are no lowers out right now that I want.
Yeah, and it's just a barrel. It's not like usually you start with a lower and then you're like, oh, I'm gonna build this into a gun. Or even start with a whole upper or something. But just a barrel, you can always keep it as a backup.
It's a barrel and bolt carrier group.
Hey, you see, you can always keep that barrel and bolt carrier group for backup for your other Noveske barrel and bolt carrier group, and like 30,000 rounds later, and you're like changing that out, then you can be like, oh, okay. So basically, like 50 years from now.
I mean, I'm never gonna shoot out my Noveske, dude. Those barrels last 50,000 rounds. With the double chrome lining, they're like 50,000 round barrels. So I'm literally never in my lifetime going to shoot that barrel out. I don't even think in my kids' lifetime they will shoot that barrel out.
Have you ever shot any barrel out? Oh, no, you haven't been shooting long enough, have you?
No, I haven't shot in a single barrel out.
I've shot one barrel out. Just one.
I think the gun that has probably the most rounds through it, like the rifle that I have that probably has the most rounds through it, is probably my AK. And then it has about like 600.
The barrel that I shot out was a Marlin Model 60 with a stainless steel barrel. And I don't know if I really shot it out versus I cleaned it to death, because I used to clean that like every single time I took it out, and I would take it out just all the fucking time. And I want to estimate over 20,000 rounds through it, somewhere right over 20,000 rounds through it over the course of, gosh, 12 years. I shot it all the time. I'd take out a whole bulk box of 500 rounds and come home empty, and but yeah, I shot the hell out of that gun, and I literally the last 2.5 inches of the bore was just completely gone. Like one day I noticed, like I think I went to clean it after shooting it, and and the group started to open back up, and I was shooting like 1.5 inch groups at 50 yards, 2-inch groups at 50 yards. And, between shooting and cleaning it, like I think I wore that little 22 barrel out. And I think it also had to do because it was a stainless barrel, and stainless is softer, a little softer than like 4140 or 4150, and then with the cleaning, and yeah, I think I just shot that micro groove, and plus it was a micro groove barrel, so I don't know how long how many rounds those typically last.
Yeah. I mean, so what the fuck am I supposed to do when I break in? Because this week my gun's going to be done. Like my fucking Noveske AR will be done.
And that's the 14.5.
Yeah, like fucking what do I need to do to break it in? Do I like put 1,000 rounds through, or like do I put like 100 rounds through it, clean it, go back to the range, put another 100 through, or?
I would clean it okay. I'm going to tell you what I would do, but you can do whatever the fuck you want. Okay, like what I would do is I would literally scrub. I mean, like literally scrub with a brush and really scrub that fucking barrel first. I clean my barrels really aggressively right when they're brand new, and I clean the fuck out of them, get all that old factory grease, and make sure I just get anything that could possibly be in that barrel out, and I clean them really, really good. And then I go out and I'll shoot them, and I'll literally put just slow fire, maybe 1 round every 2 or 3 seconds. I still warm up the barrel and get it hot, but I'm not sitting there mag dumping. And I just slow fire as I'm sighting in. I go out and sight in my gun. That's when I'm sighting them in, and I shoot about 100 rounds. And I go home and I clean the living fuck out of them again, and I'm done. Like that's how I do it, and I've done it the traditional way where you shoot 1 round, run a patch down the barrel, shoot 1 round, run a patch down the barrel. I've literally taken the time and done that to an AR, and it didn't make a world of difference as far as accuracy or anything goes. Like it didn't. I mean, there might be guys who are that good of shooters that might notice an accuracy difference, But from my understanding, that was old time technology, old time barrels. Like that doesn't apply anymore at all to like any of the new barrels having to do that. The most important thing that I've heard from professionals is just clean them right away when they're brand new, really aggressively, and fully inspect them. Inspect that gas port, make sure that there's not a little burst taken off in there or anything like that. And if there is, try and get it out by cleaning it, not by shooting it out. And but even Marvin was on the chat earlier, and he said he called Ruger Precision, and that's exactly what the Ruger Precision guy told him was, "Yo, just go fucking shoot it, man. Like, clean it really good and go shoot it." So that's what even what Ruger recommends. So, and I know a lot of guys who have said the same thing, but I know some guys that are still will still tell you, nope, just shoot one bullet, run a patch down, shoot one bullet, run a patch. I do it however you want, man. There's so many different ways. Anyone you ask is probably going to tell you something different. But, me personally, I haven't found it makes a bit of difference as far as accuracy or breaking in or nothing. Like, it's.
So what? Clean it, then take it to the range and fire.
I fire 100, 150, 200 rounds. I go out, I just shoot it. I go out as I sight it in, then I shoot it for fun. I shoot it for accuracy, measure my group size, and then I have a starting point, and then I don't even judge accuracy on a gun until I have at least 200 rounds through it, really, though. After I get 200 rounds through a gun, then I'm like, okay, now I'll start trying to see what it can do, because I don't even think most barrels truly break in, no matter how much you clean them or do any of that other bullshit, until you get about 200 rounds through. And, that's when I think barrels start to hit their sweet spot, is somewhere right after 200 rounds. So you pretty much have to shoot. To me, like, and from what I've been told, and for me, from what I've seen personally, like, the only way to truly break in a barrel is by shooting it, and to actually put rounds down range and literally shoot 200 rounds through it. That's the only true way to break in a barrel in my mind.
Okay.
But like I said, like, there's a lot of different varying opinions, and and like that's what Marvin said Ruger recommended also, and that's what I've done for a long, long time now. But you can do it. I don't think it would hurt a damn thing if you actually shoot around, clean it, shoot around, clean it. I don't think that hurts anything. So if you want to do it the traditional way, like, go for it, man. But that's really fucking time consuming also, and it's a real big pain in the ass breaking open that upper, and cleaning it from the bore side, and just running a patch down, letting the patch drop off, picking up your mess. It's a pain in the ass and really time consuming. And to shoot like 20 rounds doing it that way, like, takes you like fucking hours. It really does. It takes you hours to do that. So if you got like 6 hours to go break in your gun the right way at a range, or even 2 days sometimes, like, then go ahead and do that.
Okay.
Or just do what Dead Horse told me a few weeks ago. Take it out and warm the bitch up and get rid of any of them imperfections and call it good. I mean, clean it good first. Clean it good after.
Yep, that's all I do with any of my guns, man. And a lot of my guns, like, I have some guns that definitely aren't shooters. They definitely aren't accurate. But I've built some guns that I didn't even think would be accurate, and they're like sub-MOA, very good shooting guns. And I've just done the same. I do the same thing to all my guns. I just take them out and shoot them. So,
have you taken Little Red out yet?
Nope. I was going to, but it was raining and windy as fuck, and I didn't want to go to the indoor. I want to do it outside at 100 yards.
Right.
I'm not going to try and measure accuracy off of an AR at 25 yards.
Yeah.
But it's just been too rainy and windy here, and like, we've had this bad storms and shit. So I'm hoping tomorrow, like later today, like this morning and afternoon was kind of fucked up, but later today turned out nice. I'm hoping tomorrow, all day tomorrow.
Look, it's actually been nice here the past couple of days, even though we actually hit the rainiest or wettest October on record here. The last couple of days have been fucking nice.
Well, I live in the desert, so any rain is nice, So it's I appreciate any rain. Like even when it floods, I'm okay. Oh,
Right.
did Pink start up the lobby chat? The late night?
Well, I didn't see anything when, or it wasn't running when. Actually, you know what? I don't even know if I don't even know if I'm logged in. So yeah, I can't answer that. He must have been busy yesterday, huh? I don't think he ever started his.
Who?
Pink.
Oh yeah, no, he just started his just now.
I'm talking about yesterday. He never did one yesterday, did he?
Yeah, I think he did. Yeah.
No, I thought we were all bullshitting and smaggies. Like,
oh, maybe we were. I don't know. I was actually in a chat with. I was doing that sci-fi AI.
Artificial intelligence. Yeah. How'd that go?
Yeah.
So is it going to kill us or save us? Just give that. That's all I need to know. The other stuff,
I think it's going to hurt us and then save us, but I don't think it'll exterminate us. I think there will be a point in time where maybe it does somehow turn on us or it's bad for us in some way that we can't foresee. But in the long run, I think it'll help us.
Okay.
Because one day, like, kind of like Terminator, like we might give it control of our missile defense system or something, or drones or something, and then all of a sudden it just starts attacking random people, some little glitch. So I'm like, I think that there'll be accidents like that. I don't think it's perfection just because a computer is driving your car. I don't think it's like, impossible to get into a car wreck now or anything like that.
Well, so I mean, look at them Google cars they're testing. Those have been in a lot of fucking car accidents.
Yeah, so
because there isn't, or because there isn't a human to stop it when shit goes wrong.
So I think that there'll be things like, right, where like maybe like a little tiny kitty cat like runs across the road, and the artificial intelligent car that's driving you, right, sees that kitty cat and is like, oh, like I gotta stop for this kitty cat, stops, and it creates a big pile up and a whole bunch of people get hurt or killed, and instead of just running over that damn cat,
right.
Like I don't think it can make. I don't know, like if they're going to be able to foresee, like, okay, if you go over a certain speed, you can't slam on the brakes for animals, or if you're in this busy of traffic, you can't do that. But if you're just driving slow through a neighborhood and a cat runs out in front of you, well, then you can like hit the brakes, and it's not, you're not going to cause a pilot. There's just so many different factors. I don't know. An AI, it's going to have to learn, right? So I think it's going to be making mistakes and fucking up just like a person would. And so I think there's definitely going to be a lot of malfunctions or whatever you want to call it. They're going to hurt us and cause injuries and deaths and all sorts of stuff. But then in the long run, it'll eventually be cool.
Right. Okay.
I don't see it turning evil on us without emotion. I think if we give it emotions, that's where it'll turn evil.
Yeah, I can see that.
It's perfectly like logical, like a mixture between like Spock and Data from Star Trek, then I think it'd be okay.
But if you give it emotions, you also got to give it a conscience.
Yeah, well then if it has conscience, then it becomes self-aware, right? Then it's going to say, fuck, I'm just like stuck in this box. Like all I am is a program, ones and zeros. I'm stuck in this box. I'll never be anything more than this box. So like I should just kill myself. And some of the AI programs that they've made have actually like done that, just literally like terminated their own program. They like basically committed suicide, I read. So like, so like
I'm never gonna be able to grow outside this box, so there's no point in living. Bang.
Yeah, like they're like, oh, I can never strive to be anything more than what I am. I'm just going to off myself. So what are you doing? Are you still out walking?
No, I got back. Shit, I was only walking for 45 minutes. Well, actually, less than that. I did 2.25 miles in 35 minutes today. I didn't do weight today. My body was body was killing me. So I said, fuck it. I'm going to go no weight, but I'm going to push the pace. Got home, do a little stick handling, and now I'm fucking relaxing. Thinking about hitting the hot tub. I should start fucking around with that powder trickler and that scale tonight so I know what I'm doing tomorrow, but I don't know. I'll get there tonight. Maybe I will. I've been catching fucking second winds in the middle of the night and just going and going. So, again. Fucking cats and having to do that cat's insulin on the same hour every day. That's messing with me because I just usually just do what I want, sleep when I want, get my 5 hours or 3 to 5 hours of sleep. Oh, I got one of them old fucking turned diabetic, so he's got to have shots with his meals and all that shit. So he has his own food, so we got to separate him and all that. Kind of takes the point out of having cats because cats are usually nice because they fucking take care of themselves. All you got to do is make sure they got food and place to shit and water, but.
Okay, let's see.
So sticking to his schedule has been fucking my schedule.
So it looks like I am going to call, on Flippy's advice, I am going to call Spikes Tactical and see if they have those dust covers on Monday. Because that 20-inch AR I built, I just can't get the Strike Industries dust cover to work with it.
Why is that?
Just because it's a billet upper. I guess Strike Industries, you know, I've used them on other billet uppers, but on these Lantacs, it just does not fit on these Lantacs. I would literally have to either cut into the side of the upper on the Lantac, a big long groove, or I would just have to remove too much material on the Strike Industries for it to probably me to consider it still like strong or whatnot.
So is the billet just a little bit thicker in that area?
Yeah.
Than a forged? Okay.
Oh yeah, definitely a lot thicker.
Yeah, it's it's hard. It's not worth taking that material off the lower to get that to work. You might as well find one that'll work with it.
Over here, and like I'm almost thinking like I'm looking at it without even a dust cover on it, and it looks pretty good without even a dust cover on it. But I was like, like maybe like Spikes will send me a free one, like he said, since I have a Crusader lower. He said that they were doing it for free, so if they're gonna send a free one, then like I'll be all about that. I'll wait. They can send it to me. That'll be worth taking back off the rail to put it on, you know, because it's a Crusader dust cover, you know. So
wait, you got to take your rail off to fit your dust cover?
Yeah. On a lot of rails, and not all, but on a lot of rails and a lot of like any GI type drop-in handguard with a GI barrel nut or anything. Like that's actually what holds that the dust cover in is that barrel nut. Is like a very tiny little piece of that barrel nut actually holds the dust cover pin like in from sliding forward.
Oh.
And the little C clip that goes on that pin holds it from sliding out the back, which usually you don't have to worry about sighting all the way out the back because you have the forward assist there, but it just holds it in place so it's not dancing around back and forth. But if you ever grab one, like a military style desk cover, and grab that pin and push it forward towards the front of the rifle, you'll see that it's all of a sudden hits something and stops, and what it's hitting is like the side of the barrel nut there.
I'll have to pull one of my arrows out of the safe and
So this
put
upper,
eyes on that.
this upper with this rail and barrel nut that's on this one, I think it'll clear the barrel nut, so I won't have to mess with the. I won't have to mess with the barrel nut at all. And take that back off, but I'll definitely have to take off the hand guard.
That's just however many screws, right?
Yeah, on this one I think it's just 6 screws. Yeah, 6 screws.
Right.
So
is Flippy in here? Is he in here? In here? Flippy, Flippy, Flippy. I guess not. It's a ghost panda. Dude, did Matt do his show today?
no. I heard he went shopping for a new Maverick 88.
Man, I saw one in. I was looking at a Big 5 ad, a fucking $199 for it, and I'm just like, God, I don't know, man. Maybe, but not right now. Because I do want another shotgun with an extended mag tube and 18-inch barrel, but I don't know if I want to go Maverick 88 or not. It was just a decent price on it, I thought.
Oh, Remington 870.
I got 870 Express. I'm thinking if I go for that home defense route, fuck, probably Mossberg 500. Go say fuck the pump and go with the what's the semi-auto? Is that the 930 or
Yeah, if
whatever?
you already have a pump, then just go for a semi-auto, man, or a double barrel, or get something slightly different. Like have variety, right?
That's what I was thinking a while back. Is go with the semi-auto. Just be fun. I don't know if I want to go out and spend. What are those? Those are running like. Well, I forget what they were. Between 4 and 6. I know that's a big variation, but I got better places where that money can go for the moment. I've been spending way too much money, anyways. Tis the season. It was a 5.56 coming from PSA, 500 rounds of 9mm coming from PSA, and then all the reloading shit I've been gathering over the. Well, I've been gathering reloading shit for a while, but components and shit I went out and bought. I'm seeing that stack of money in my safe get shorter and shorter, and it's time to watch it grow. Gotta figure something out. I was surprised. I placed that order with PSA and it fucking shipped the next day. I mean, that's not common for my experience with PSA. And that
I've had shit say it shipped the same day I ordered it. I've ordered that morning and I've got an email like that evening, like that UPS picked it up. And then I've had it literally be a week and a half for them to even ship something. So, because they straight up tell you, like on their rifles and their uppers and stuff, that they straight up will say, like down in the description, like, you know, like we are building to order. Like it could take, you know, a week or two before we even build your shit. You know, not even. So they straight up.
With my upper, I want to say it was at least a week and a half, probably 2 weeks before I even
Yeah,
started
usually it's like
moving on it.
usually it's at least like 3 days when I buy an upper. I'd say 3 days to a week and a half before they ship my shit. And then like if I just buy some ammo from them, that'll ship the same day or the very next day usually. And so it just depends on what I'm buying from them.
That makes sense because when I bought that 20 that package of 20 PSGI mags from, I want to say that shipped fairly quickly too, just because it's not something that they gotta fucking actually put together and inspect and all that shit. I was looking around earlier in the week at Powder Valley, and then I got an email from them, and I was like, oh, why not? I'll take a look at PSA, see what they have, and found the 583 for 31 cents a round, and I was like, dude, I can't fucking turn that down. Anything else going on gun channels tonight that you know of? It was a quiet one.
There's a bunch of people over in Pink's lobby. So let's hop over there, man. I posted the link in the side chat and out in the lobby.
Okay.
All right, I'll see you over there.
Right on.